Your Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, friends, and all of those joining us online, my name is Henrik Urdal, and I'm the director here at the Peace Research Institute Oslo. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to our headquarters in Oslo and to this opening event of the PRIO AI Days 2024. PRIO is an independent, international and interdisciplinary research institute specializing in peace and conflict research. In our role as a research institution, our primary contribution is the production of rigorous academic analysis. However, our aim is that this effort shall have an impact beyond academia, facilitating knowledge-based policymaking grounded in information, analysis and facts. The purpose of the PRIO AI Days is to shed light on applications of artificial intelligence in areas relevant to peace and conflict, with research-based approaches informing and engaging a broad set of audiences. This is the first of a total of 7 events over these 2 days, illustrating both the breadth of PRIO engagement on the topic of artificial intelligence and our commitment to engage with stakeholders outside academia. I am very pleased to introduce the keynote lecturer of the PRIO AI Days, Branka Panic, who will speak on the topic of AI and peace. Branka is the founder and executive director of AI for Peace, a US-based think tank working to ensure that artificial intelligence benefits peace, security, and sustainable development. A key ambition is that diverse voices should influence the creation of AI and related technologies. Branka is a political scientist, expert in international security, international development policy, and peace building, and she has established herself as a leading international authority on these critical issues. Following the keynote, time permitting, there will be possibilities for Q&A, so please think about good questions to ask Branka. And I would further like to inform you that this event is being live streamed on PRIO's YouTube channel, and a recording will be made publicly available after the event. And then Branka, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for this nice introduction, and welcome to PRIO AI Days. How are you this morning? I see a full room ready for some very intense conversation on AI, which I hope, and please give me a signal if I'm over the time. So I'm really looking forward to doing a little bit of teaser around the discussion around artificial intelligence and AI, and then having a space to have a conversation. So as I was kindly introduced, my name is Branka Panic. In my language, in English, it's a very, I don't know, ridiculous sounding panic. But my colleagues told me it's a very useful surname to have when you're working in artificial intelligence and peace building today. So I'm embracing it. I'm a founder and executive director of AI for Peace, a think tank working at the intersection of artificial intelligence and AI. I'm also a non-resident research fellow at New York University Central and International Cooperation, where I'm doing the work on data for peace building and prevention. I'm also a professor of practice, teaching 1 semester at the University of North Carolina to practitioners in peace building. And I'm a senior advisor on AI at the German Federal Foreign Office Data Innovation Lab. I am based in Mexico, but I'm originally from Balkans, which you may hear from my accent, which I'm also proudly embracing. But it's really a pleasure to be here after having a very long flight from Mexico yesterday. I'm happy to be here. So here we are discussing AI for peace, and using AI to creating lasting peace is actually a statement in our vision, but I'm putting a question mark here because I would like to have more this as a question to all of us to see if we are actually to use AI to create lasting peace. So I want to start with this big AI, this artificial intelligence, where when we were starting around 10 years ago, I was living in San Francisco, and it was a hype around AI, but mostly in the Silicon Valley, right? Or big universities that actually had capacity to do this research, or big governments, and people were talking about this single biggest technology revolution the world has ever seen. Or I'll be sharing some of my favorite quotes here just to show the size of the hype. AI will not only be a game changer, but it will disrupt the entire playing field, coming from Singularity University and Ray Kurzweil, one of the leading names in this singularity movement. Or probably the most famous quote in this field, Stephen Hawking left us with this, that AI is likely to be either the best or the worst thing to happen to humanity. Not an easy legacy to leave us with, but I think it's optimistic to know that it's still in our hands if this will be the best or the worst thing to happen. So what is actually happening beyond the hype, right? 10 years after, the AI is not only in big universities and big governments, it's actually becoming part of all of the industries and fields. And here I'm using the resource of AI Index, the Stanford one, probably one of the most prominent yearly reviews of the stage of the development of artificial intelligence. And here you can see some of the data that I wanted to share, that AI has surpassed human performance on several benchmarks, including image classification, visual reasoning, English understanding, but still it's very much behind on some more complex tasks, such as the competition level mathematics or visual common sense reasoning and planning. So the number of AI publications in the world is increasing. So here you can see between 2010 and 2022, the total number of AI publications nearly tripled. And the increase over the last year was maybe a more modest one of 1.1%, which we will see if we actually reach this saturation stage in publishing or not. The next AI reviews will show. What's happening with the private investment? We saw this increase over the years, where global private AI investment has fallen for the. So here we see an interesting trend that it's actually falling in the last 2 years. Although less than the sharp decrease from 2021 to 2022. However, the count of newly founded AI companies still is spiking, up to 40.6% from the previous year. So we will also have to wait a couple of years to see what this actually decrease is meaning, if it's meaningful at all. But what's even more interesting for me is this graph. So despite this decline in overall AI private investment last year, funding for generative AI surged nearly 8 times more from 2022 to 2023. So this is this new hype that we entered with, right, with the generative AI. So we'll also see what does this mean. Why I'm sharing this here is because I want us to be aware that, again, AI, and now especially with generative AI hype, we are entering in a completely new era, so to say, in artificial intelligence development, because AI is not only in universities, now the governments, or all of the industries, it's actually becoming part of all of our homes as well. Suddenly it's becoming a discussion that we have with our kids, that students have in universities, that we have in companies. And here is an interesting data that I picked up from AI Google Trends Score, which is, you know how Google is actually scoring how certain topic is popular on Google search. And in 2022, AI had this score of 11, with 0 being not searched for at all, and 100 indicating that something is really popular topic. Only 1 year after, the AI is getting this AI Google trend of 100. So this is this difference that we have in general public picking up of what is actually happening in AI. So I updated this just recently because I thought it's quite interesting, since we are here in Nordics and since some of the Nobel Prizes have just been awarded last week, right? Or several days ago, just to share that AI reached Nobel as well. So John Hopfield and Geoffrey Hinton were awarded a Nobel Prize in Physics for 2024 for foundational discoveries and inventions that enable machine learning with artificial intelligence neural networks. And Geoffrey Hinton is if you were following this entire, I mean, he's in news all the time. Since he left Google, he wanted to have this more independent voice in the field, to speak more independently. He's the so-called godfather of AI. And he was awarded one of the awardees of the Nobel Prize in Physics, which on the right side, just for this occasion, I actually went back to Twitter, and I left it after Musk bought it. But just for this occasion, I went back to pick up some of the tweets because such a discussion has been created around this, because people started complaining, why would anybody who works on AI actually got a Nobel Prize for physics? Here you can see some of the quotes here. Is this physics at all? Are we talking now about machine learning as physics? I can only imagine the pain of physicists. Was this decision made by GPT? So quite a frustration out there of how the AI is actually changing field, and if this award should be given to AI creators or users at all or not. And just to add a little bit to the pain of physicists, just a couple of days after the Nobel Prize in Chemistry has been awarded, and David Baker shared this award with Demis Hassabis and John Jumper, the first one for computational protein design, the second two for protein structure prediction, so again, the utilization of machine learning, and another conversation starting, including one of the, I'm quoting this, my colleague Virginia Dignum, who is a professor of computer science at the University of Sweden, who is commenting about this as actually as a triumph of interdisciplinarity. So we cannot talk separately now about AI. AI is becoming part of all of the disciplines, and it can actually contribute substantially to many fields of our work. So I'm quoting her, the real breakthroughs in science are no longer the domain of a single discipline, but require a broad perspective and the combination of different insights. So let's see, I don't know, what are the chances that the next Nobel Peace Prize is awarded to somebody who works in AI? Can I see hands? No hands? Okay, let's see. Maybe we'll remember this conversation in a couple of years. Although technically, I have to say, although Maria Ressa did not won the Nobel Peace Prize for AI, I think her work as a journalist is very connected to the use of algorithms, so we can debate as well if that award has already been given to somebody who has been working at least around the AI and peace and journalism domain. So today, AI is everywhere, and it is transforming our societies. Another interesting moment around GPT-3, OpenAI's language generator, the one edition before GPT-4, got an assignment. This was just an experiment by professionals in the field to test how actually model response questions regarding the peace building. The model was asked if AI is actually coming in peace. And I guess ChatGPT is also loving the quotes of Stephen Hawking as I do. So this was the quote from the model that Stephen Hawking has warned that the AI could spell the end of the human race. I'm here to convince you not to worry. AI will not destroy humans, believe me. And I love this framing of believe me, because I think we will be talking a lot about trustworthy AI as well, and the entire ethics field. So I'm putting this intentionally here as a sort of a teaser for some of the panels that will be coming throughout the next 2 days. No matter what AI told us not to worry, a lot of people started worrying, and this is, again, the media started being overwhelmed, especially after the generative AI revolution started with these news about how AI can destroy humanity, that AI has much to offer, but it could also wreak terrible harm, that it must be controlled, the quote from one of the most prominent figures as well in the AI field, Stuart Russell, that AI could wipe out humanity. Some of the biggest names in technology warned developments in AI could spell the end of humanity. So you see the trend, talking a lot about existential risks and huge risks to even survival of human race coming from artificial intelligence. Following this one of my favorite quotes, I think, coming from the time of the pandemic from one of the researchers in Trustworthy AI, Roman Yampolsky, computer scientist, who said, if a virus with IQ level 0 can make this damage, referring to COVID, right? Imagine what a virus with a level intelligence 1,000 can do. And then if this is a hype or not, we will see, as all the future will show. But another name in this field, Joshua Bengio, who is a professor and AI researcher at University of Montreal, also following this line of questioning, saying today's systems are not anywhere close to posing an existential threat today, right? But in 1 to 5 years, there is too much uncertainty. That is the issue. We are not sure this won't pass some point where things get catastrophic. So even from people who are deeply in the field, this sort of insights are coming to the surface. Now, 2 quick quotes. I had to put this here from 2 prominent researchers in generative AI field. One coming from Sam Altman, who, I quote, is saying that AI systems that can do any task a human can will be developed in reasonably close-ish future, which I think is quite a funny quote to have. And then completely different line of thinking, right, from people in the field, such as the one from Yann LeCun, the chief AI scientist at Facebook, who says, I quote, human-level AI systems are going to take a long time to actually be developed. So, long story short, there are 2 lines of thought, and we will see actually in which direction the field goes. Now, what I also want to stress, although I was quoting a lot of men researchers in the field, I also want to point out that maybe not accidentally, there are a lot of women as well who are in the field and who want to point out that instead of putting so much emphasis on existential risks, on something that can come long time in the future or maybe never, we should actually be concentrated on so-called AI harms, actual harms that are happening today from this technology. And we need to reveal these harms and to do everything that we can to stop them, including in the data science field. So again, going back to the ethics and trustworthy work that needs to be strengthened in the field. Now I'm introducing these topics as a sort of introduction to my work at AI for Peace. And what we are doing, we are actually looking at those real happenings. So where the technology is now and how it actually impacts the conflict and peace. And when we were starting the organization, we first looked at the field, and we realized that military uses of AI are multiple and advanced. So there are a lot of applications in military, national security, in battlefield, warfare platforms, target recognition, combat simulation and training. Of course, the most discussed one and the most prominent, probably autonomous weapon systems, so-called killer robots, threat monitoring and situational awareness, a lot what we will be discussing here as well, early warnings, early actions, but for specific use in military. And what we realized then is that exploring and utilizing AI in peace building is very limited. So this is the gap that we wanted to fill in, and not only to fill in, but to actually give more space, creating a platform for all of the organizations that are already doing the work, and many of you sitting in the room today, to actually have the possibility to further advance and develop the entire ecosystem of organizations that are working in AI for peace. Or AI in peace building, what we consider by that is strategic activity to solidify peace, to avoid violent conflicts, so not necessarily wait for conflict to happen and then to react, but to actually work on the prevention, to provide the tools for building something more than just the absence of war, to strengthen capacities for conflict management, and to lay the foundation for sustainable peace and development. And in that sense, we stress that peace should be understood not as a negative term, not as absence of violence, but rather as a positive one, the presence of social trust, resilience to violence, strong civic and community institutions to manage conflicts when they arise. So we are we are also recognizing that the AI for peace is not a new field, it's a sort of a continuation of the work that has already started as part of the peace tech community and broader even digital peace building as the nexus between the field of peace building and digital technologies. So peace builders and people from the field as well have been trying forever since we invented radio, right, and mobile phones and television or any sort of technology to see what is the potential of this technology to actually apply it in peace building to sustain peace and build the capacities of actors in the field. So we also asked the question, why would peace builders now look into the AI, and why is that even possible? Why now? And that now is already now, as I said, almost 10 years, for some organizations maybe a little bit longer, for some maybe a little bit less, but those are basically the most of the factors that enable this work. So computer processing, the cost of computer processing power that has fallen dramatically, availability of data, right, the cost of cloud access or data storage, or even the availability of data, the satellite, video, image, news, text are all growing at a massive speed, scale, and frequency, and are available to many organizations out there, even organizations with low resources, to actually access these data sets and to use in their own work. And then the developments and utilization of highly advanced statistical modeling and the use of machine learning, neural networks, natural language processing to actually analyze this data. So all of these overlapping trends in the AI field enable this work for us. And then I think this question is not even necessary for this audience. I think we are all deeply engaged in the field of peace building to know why is it so necessary to actually work on peace, why peace, and why now. And I'm sharing here some of the resources in the field, such as Institute for Economics and Peace Global Peace Index that is telling us continuously, this is the result from 2023, that the average level of global peacefulness deteriorated for the 9th consecutive year. This data is really heartbreaking from UNHCR. Since I started doing this presentation many years ago, I've been updating these numbers on a yearly basis. We see how the number of people in need is increasing and the number of resources, the funding is decreasing. So we are in deeply need to change something, to do something in terms of unprecedented humanitarian crisis, democracy decline, more problems on conflict side. So I'm just picking some, the most recent data published that 90% of deaths in conflicts are actually civilians. Since pandemic, the number of violent events has gone up 22%. This is quite shocking that 1 in 6 of us live in a place of active conflict, that conflict is increasing most quickly in middle-income states, and I'm going to repeat this because for me this was quite a shocking statement and something that we are actually learning from data, right? Getting more insights on how our world is changing. So conflict is increasing most quickly in middle-income states and states that introduce some democratic practices. It's not only related to state weakness and fragility. So I'm coming from Balkans and I lived through wars, and our entire notion of building democracy in our region was basically on this premise that if we build democracy, if we work on democratization, we will avoid slipping into conflict again. So just learning about these changing contexts and how our societies, how conflicts are becoming more complex and difficult to understand, it's really important to understand how we will actually sustain peace. The protracted nature of conflict, 7 out of 10 haven't had a year of peace in the last 10 years. And then conflicts evolving much faster than our ability to, as I said, to understand them and address them. So these are all of the reasons why we are potentially looking into artificial intelligence, machine learning, natural language processing. Can these be another tool in a toolbox of peace builders to actually help us do this work more effectively, more faster, more efficiently? And this is why we started AI for Peace, with a vision of a future in which AI benefits peace, security, and sustainable development, and where diverse voices influence creation of AI and related technologies. I'm especially emphasizing the diverse voices, and maybe at this point I can just ask a quick question to the audience in the room. How many people are actually coming from conflict areas here, who have lived experience of conflict? Okay, thank you for sharing. How many people worked in conflict areas? And so maybe for the online audience, I will say the first question was maybe 2 people. Now we have maybe 5 people in the room. And how many people work on conflict or consider themselves experts either in data and peace building? I assume now everybody will raise the hand in the room. So this is the idea of actually us bringing other voices to the room as well, including those who have lived experience in conflict, or those who have expertise either on peace building or data science side. Because I already heard before we started the day today that some people find maybe that they're not belonging to the room, right? If we talk about data science, peace builders feel maybe they're not part of the conversation, or the other way around. And this is our perception, that basically this work cannot be done if you're not all working together on this and bringing these diverse experiences to the table. So a quick note that I will share some of the insights from the work that I've been doing, as well as my role of a researcher at New York University, where with my dear colleague Paige Arthur, who also collaborated with many of you in the room, we worked together on this project, Data for Peace, to map the entire, at least we started mapping the ecosystem of organizations who are using technology in peace building, and then worked on capacity building for different organizations in this space. Out of this work at New York University, and out of the work of AI for Peace, we were invited to actually publish a book, a sort of a primer for any organization that wants to enter the space, either from peace building or data science side, to have a sort of an introduction. What is this AI for peace, and what are all of the potential applications of artificial intelligence in peace building? So this is the book that provides a sort of a new perspective on artificial intelligence as a potential force for good in conflict-affected countries, through its use in early warning, combating hate speech, human rights investigations, and analyzing the effects of climate change on conflict. So I'll give a teaser just with 2 or 3 topics. I'll not share everything, although the book is, and I actually brought it, but I forgot to get it out. It's a very short, intended to be a very quick reading primer. And when we presented the book at UNDPPA DPO, we actually got a comment that it should be even shorter, because people on executive positions don't have that much time to actually read. So this was the idea, to provide some teaser to get really people interested to get engaged in this field, and then to explain what are these potential applications. So the book is full of different examples how organizations are using artificial intelligence for peace building. The first one, conflict prediction, where preventing violent conflict before it starts is the goal of every person in this field, given the devastation of war. And we present different conclusions now on where this place is actually now, and what are all of the advancements that were happening in the AI and conflict prediction, that the important AI assistant gains that have been made in the past 10 years are mostly in forecasting which countries are at highest risk of violence, that researchers have more successfully focused on using the power of data to identify rising risks of violence and forecast potential hotspots, and that researchers have been using machine learning techniques to achieve a measure of success in forecasting violent conflicts, especially in the short term, and especially in countries where there is already a degree of violent conflict. So the important conclusion was also, as I mentioned already in the introduction, that the drivers of instability or violence or conflict are also changing throughout the time. So the models that we are developing in this field also need to adjust as well. So we share, as I said, the number of examples, and I think people in the room are deeply into this field as well, and we couldn't simply write the book not mentioning the work of PRIO and Views, which is the most prominent example of this work in the field, and we'll be hearing more about this throughout the day and tomorrow as well. And then we do make a difference of different early warning and prediction models such as Views, and the ones that are actually serving as an immediate warning to civilians in conflict zones. So this is an example that we are sharing. Sentry application by HALA Systems that is collecting the data from remote acoustic sensors positioned in Syria, which record sounds that can help identify the type and speed of the planes. So basically, machine learning is processing both the sound and information of human monitors in the field to be able to announce the warning to civilians in the war zones, to basically send a message when the attack will happen so that the civilians can move quicker to the safety. So an algorithm helps to determine if the plane is actually a threat, so it can recognize which type of plane it is and if it's actually going to bomb a certain area, and if warnings should go to civilians in the area through this simple smartphone app. So another interesting field of study is the artificial intelligence, which is used to understand the mechanics through which peace systems maintain peaceful relationships and explain the complex elements of these peace systems. So peace systems being clusters of neighboring communities who do not go to war with one another, which I think is quite an interesting we can debate if it's a new field, but definitely the data science is contributing to the further insights of what actually, so not when conflicts and why conflicts happen in a certain area, but why peace happens, right? And what makes certain country or group of countries peaceful. And this is an interesting point that I picked up from this research, that 5 Nordic countries, nations, have not engaged in war with one another since 1815, having in mind that we are again positioned here in Nordic. I thought it's an interesting element to also learn from how countries sustain peace. The second chapter, we cover the issue of AI and hate speech. And our focus here is on artificial intelligence that has not only led to massive proliferation of hate speech, but also in some cases used to detect these instances to limit and actively counter it. And the main conclusion from this chapter and research, I think, was that yes, algorithms definitely spread hate, but the threat is so big at this point, having in mind how much we are using the social media, how much we are using the online spaces, that we will not be able to tackle such amount of threat without actually using the same tool, without us using machine learning to allocate the instances of hate speech and potentially remove these instances in cases when they are harmful, when they are not when they're not harming the freedom of speech as well. So this is very contextual, depending from the country. In the United States, for example, the freedom of speech is a very protected under Constitution as well. In some other countries, the context is different, so the application of different tools is also able in different ways. So we start the chapter with genocide in Rwanda, and this year, 2024, we marked the 30th anniversary as well, unfortunately, of this huge crime. And we mentioned other crimes of genocide in my own region as well, in Srebrenica, in Bosnia, just mentioning how hate speech and hate crime is not a new thing, and how the communities were dealing with this problem for a long, long time. However, in digital space, the speed and scale of spreading the hate speech is something different, and something that we still need to figure out how to cope with. So we look intensively into Meta and Facebook because simply so much has been published and researched in this company, but we could have looked into other examples and other social networks as well. This is, I think, an important figure just to understand how big of a problem we have in companies like this to tackle this amount of hate speech, where the ratio of Facebook moderators to users is 1 to 160,000, a scale that obviously suggests that human content moderators will not be able to cover all of the amount that we are posting online. When we add to that the amount of misinformation and disinformation and hate speech, so those are all different categories but can be equally harmful, we have a big problem to tackle. So additionally, when we interviewed and we worked on our own projects as well. So we developed different machine learning systems at AI for Peace and New York University to actually detect the instances of hate speech. We worked specifically, the latest project was in Sri Lanka, in conflict communities there. And then working with people from the field who actually experienced the conflicts, who were our data labelers in this case. So they were collecting instances of hate speech from social media. We realized how this work is also harmful for their own psychological health. So this is another, because they're being re-traumatized, reading these instances over and over again that are actually targeting themselves and their own communities. So having this on our mind as well, we see the potential benefits of technology being helpful and reducing some amount of this work of human monitors and putting it in the hands of machine learning, where we train, of course, the systems in a proper way to be able to do this. Why this is especially important, although Rwanda and in my own case, when wars in my region were happening, there was no internet, we did not have mobile phones, and the hate was spreading mostly through one TV station that we had. My entire conviction was, when we started using social media, that will be a cure for the fact that in the times of wars in the Balkans, we had only one access of information. However, it proved to be completely the opposite case, right? And this is why it's important to work on this. And we are mentioning the case of 2017 and Facebook inciting violence and ethnic cleansing in Myanmar, where Facebook was misused to basically create another genocide when we committed as a humanity that will never happen. Why this is additionally important is because through people like this is Frances Hogan, one of the whistleblowers from Meta, who went years after Myanmar and went publicly. She basically copied all of the documents internally from Facebook and decided to publish this. She testified at Congress as well to say that we as tech companies, big tech companies, are not doing enough to tackle this amount of problem that we are facing with hate speech online, that unquestionably the social media is making hate worse, that algorithms were provoking ethnic violence by picking up extreme sentiments and divisions. So picking this content exactly because it was hateful and spreading it more and faster than anything else. Her quote is as well that the situations in Myanmar and more recently in Ethiopia, it happened again in Ethiopia, are only the opening chapters of a story so terrifying that no one wants to read the end of it. So this is why not only big tech companies, but many organizations in academia, in civil society, stressing this importance of this research going outside of our own houses, right? And going externally out there and working in collaboration across different sectors to actually be able to tackle this problem of hate speech. However, we in the book allocate a lot of technical problems and societal problems in doing this correctly. And here is a list of some of these, such as contextual nature of the hate speech, that sometimes it's very difficult for these systems to actually be trained to recognize when something is a real hate speech and something is quote of a hate speech, when we are retelling that something happened, when we want to point out that a harmful situation is happening in a certain region. This especially affected when we started using these systems, the work of journalists and human rights defenders who are there to share the real situation from the conflict zones, where these systems started automatically removing that content as hateful, while it was actually pointing to the facts, the violations of human rights and instances of violation in certain countries. The machines at this point are very easy to be tricked as well, because with simple typos, with change of a letter or even in a word, one research showed that any instance of hateful speech that has just added love as a word to its content was able to trick the system, so it doesn't recognize the instance as a hate speech. So a lot of work to be done, but again, it will be needed to be able to tackle this amount of a problem. We are in a book mentioning a lot of examples of civil society organizations, academia, and the private sector who are already using the technology. One of my favorite ones is a moonshot that I'm singling out here as an example of combating hate speech by redirecting it to resources, education, to support groups. So it's a sort of using the same algorithms that would promote something for us to buy, to using them to promote the resources that can deal with the hate speech. So it's basically providing alternatives to extremist views, to extremist choices and narratives. Following this one and very closely connected with the issues of hate speech is also the use of artificial intelligence and for human rights protection. And we are acknowledging here that there are a lot of, unfortunately, currently applications, harmful applications of AI for human rights through mass surveillance, facial recognition, or biometrics. However, we are not covering these issues in the book because we wanted to concentrate on more positive examples where AI is actually used to help human rights defenders protect the human rights. So a very interesting insight is this combination of some of the traditional technologies, such as geospatial information technologies, and this increased number of satellites and greater availability of images, with the so-called digital witness movement. So the fact that so many people in conflict zones are currently the digital witnesses, right? Having a mobile phone and collecting the information through photos, through videos about what is happening around them is a very useful data source to be then used in a combination with machine learning to process all of these amounts of data and to provide some sort of a proof for the things that are happening in conflict zone. So the technology can be used for verifying, assessing, and monitoring the consequences of war or the devastation of war, the damage assessment, the population displacement, or even fire detection, analyzing actually the difference. Machine learnings are much better than humans of recognizing when the fire is coming from a natural forest fire or from a fire caused by explosives or bombs or bombing. So this is an example of one of the projects that we covered, that machine learning enabled processing 5 million data points within just 30 minutes, demonstrating the power to analyze bigger and bigger data sets that we are collecting from conflict zones. And this specific example is from Yemeni archive, with the organization called VFrame has been working with both Yemeni archive and Syrian archive, collecting billions of video frames of footage. And then it is also estimated that it would take an individual almost 3,000 days to search through this information, while the machine learning systems would require only 30 days. So we are also pointing out to the fact that AI, that not only can AI be an enabler for human rights work, but human rights can also create models for better and more rights-sensitive AI, which is why we are also having this entire chapter and conversation around human rights-based AI systems and placing this in a broader conversation around AI ethics. So we are covering different issues, different challenges in this field for the combining data science and peace building. And we are giving some pointers as well to how practitioners in the field can utilize AI ethics by design in this work and not waiting to create a product, but to actually embed different principles and tools in this work from the design, development, and application phase. And I'm realizing I'm very much over the time, so I'm going to close with ethics, which I think is very telling. I should have started with ethics as well, because it's ethics by design. But I also know we will have special sessions that are concentrated only on these issues, so we will have more time to come back to some of these conversations. And maybe to finish with this one, that the entire idea about not only the book, but our entire work as well is to create peace builders that are more informed about the potentials of data science. But also we want to help data scientists to become more peace builders themselves and to commit to the use of AI in creating lasting peace. So there is space for everybody in this work, and I look forward to having more conversation with all of you about this. Thank you.
You take that chair. I think we are roughly on time now, but if we may be allowed to spend a few minutes for a conversation, and when we can have a break, because there is, as you said, Branka, a number of follow-up panels, and this was a fabulous setting for these panels, because I think you covered sort of a broad set of topics that is precisely what we want to try to achieve with the PRIO AI Days. And I'll open up for a few questions sort of in a second, but I wanted to just get back to you on. I mean, you started by saying something about the overall picture and the investments, and that there is sort of an underutilization, if you like, of research on the ways that AI can contribute to peace building, and so this is very much what PRIO is trying to achieve with our initiatives. And you mentioned the Views project. We also have a new project on trying to discover ceasefires, so breaks of ceasefire agreements. And so there is obviously a huge potential for technology to also help in peace building efforts. But when you talk to the tech companies, when you talk to the general public, when you talk to policymakers, how are they? Is this something that is resonating with them? Is this something that is driving an interest? And do you see any change in this field as a result of this, push for trying to identify the ways that AI can be used for peace?
That's a great question, and I think anybody in the room who tried to reach out to private sector understands this, that peace is a very complicated thing and topic to approach to anybody, because people want to stay neutral. They think this is such a political thing to actually get engaged with, and this is why we realize the framing is very important. So how we manage to explain the peace building, and that the peace building is something that every single sector can contribute to. I think the framing was very helpful and enabled a sort of an entry point. As long as you speak about conflict and security, it's very hard to get any conversation. They're much more open to work on climate change, development, humanitarian action as well was, I think, much more successful in the previous decade. But there's a lot of space, I think, for peace building field as well.
Said we have time for a few questions, and we have a microphone somewhere in the room as well. Do I see any hands? Yeah.
Hi, I work with comedy and human rights, and I wanted to ask you about...
Could you also, please introduce yourself?
Yes, my name is Adrian Minkovic. I'm finishing a master's in human rights at UIO. I'm a writer, and I also work with comedy and human rights. And I wanted to ask you about AI and hate speech that is so difficult sometimes for human beings to make a difference between hate speech and satire. And what's your opinion? How far is AI? Well, you gave the example about the love word in the speech, but potentially, how much better or worse will be a computer to make a difference between hate speech and satire or any other way of narrative?
Or irony or satire. So all of these examples prove to be very complicated, but again, something that we can work on. And this is why I think it's very important to also understand that we need time to simply train systems to recognize something. What we realized, especially connected to your previous question as well, that people want done solutions now, and they want immediately. They also don't understand that this is statistics, right? That you have a probability, these systems will always have a certain amount of false positive or false negative. And this is this part of education that we need to do. And what we realized maybe only in the last couple of years, and why we are actually investing so much in capacity building, in demystifying what actually AI is, when we work with ministries of foreign affairs, with different UN agencies, to help people understand who are not experts in the field what this technology is actually about. And we worked on a project related to irony. So there are certain ways to just help the system understand and train. What comes as a more challenging part are different contexts, right? Because you cannot train the system to understand every context in the same way. And what we consider as irony in the Balkans, for example, will not be the same how it's considered in other contexts or countries. So those are these nuances that are very specific to hate speech and that we simply need to figure out and invest more in every single context.
We have time for one more question. I also have a final question that I want to ask Branka. So yeah, one more in the back there.
Hello, good morning. My name is Guilherme. I'm from the Embassy of Brazil. And I just want to hear more about, since being a diplomat, one thing that I can see it has application is on the communication between sides in conflicts. And I wondered if you could explore more on this process of engaging actors, or trying to, perhaps the actor doesn't have the capacity to translate or to draft documents, and how, I know it might seem it's simpler than the other uses you mentioned, but I think it can be fundamental as well. So if you can talk a little about that. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate this question, and I love it because I think this is crucial. The application that you mentioned as a more simple one proved to be game-changing for smaller countries. So with my other hat, I mentioned that I'm also working as an advisor to the German Federal Foreign Office. We actually developed a tool that was helping an AI agent that was helping smaller countries in global digital compact negotiations to be able to follow all of the content of negotiations, right? So what we are talking about here, we are talking about thousands and thousands of pages of documents of a very simple negotiation. So it's far away from any peace negotiation or conflict negotiation out there, or not to mention the climate negotiations. But we tested it on a pilot model, and we tried to see how this is actually helpful. And it proved to be a game changer, because so many of smaller countries or medium sized countries were not part of the process at all. So this is this potential positive application of a tool that we can see. And this is just one of them in summarizing the documents, or not only summarizing, but helping countries understand if they're more aligned on a certain issue, or how their positions are actually differing, or how close they are, so they can create certain alliances to negotiate together in the issue. And Brazil it's actually one of the countries that is very advanced in understanding the potential of AI, because one of the first countries that appointed the tech ambassador in the Silicon Valley was the approach that some of the countries decided to do to actually send their tech envoys to be there present in San Francisco to be able to establish this communication with the private sector.
So I see that there are more hands, but there are also more panels. So I would encourage you to save your questions for the great panels that are coming up. I wanted to take advantage of a point that you made, Branka, that we've now been past. We had the Nobel Week last week, and there were several prizes in the domain relevant to the question of AI. And of course, PRIO is involved in discussing the Peace Prize, which was awarded on Friday. And we've had AI-related topics on our list. We're publishing a list every year of good candidates. And the campaign to stop killer robots has been on our list. Of course, the major challenge remains when it comes to the question of successes in terms of regulating AI. But I hope that this is, whether linked to weapon systems or to disinformation, I think this is a huge topic. But if you should pick, who would be your favorite candidate within the AI domain for the Nobel Peace Prize?
In the AI domain?
Yes.
Oh, no, I'll say PRIO and views are my choice for sure. But I do think this one was quite a good place. I would personally put it more on UNRWA and things in Gaza, because I just think this is a horrific thing that our societies are allowing to happen. But just putting emphasis on nuclear weapons as well is, I think, extremely important. So bringing this discussion back, especially now, seeing how we dropped the ball at the UN and the Summit of the Future, not committing completely to eradicate the nuclear weapons is, quite a good sign. But if I have, maybe we should open another category just for AI and peace, and then definitely it would be PRIO and use.
But it is a reminder of the importance of emphasizing all the good contributions, and certainly I think that is what we appreciate so much about the work that you're doing is that it's fundamentally important to addressing how we can improve the world also through the use of AI. So thank you very much for setting the stage, and I hope that you will all be joining me in a big applause for Branka.
Thank you.
And I think there will be a 5-minute break now, and we'll start again at 10.
everyone could get back to their seats. I think we're already a little bit late, so okay, so now it's on. I'll give you all a half minute. Great. So welcome to this second session of the AI Days on AI in humanitarian funding, ensuring fairness and transparency. And to discuss this, we have this great panel. We have Branka, which you all have gotten to know now. And we have Håvard Nygaard, who's the Director of Department of Knowledge and Innovation at NORAD, and also a former PRIO colleague. We have Paula Vesco, who's a senior researcher here at PRIO and work on the VIEWS project. And then we have David Hammond, who's the Director of Research at Institute of Economics and Peace. So this panel will look at how AI can be used in humanitarian funding, but we'll focus especially on how we can design systems ethically, transparency, and still be efficient. So my name is Siri Åsrystad. I'm a research director here at PRIO, and I'll moderate and lead this discussion. So the panelists will get 5 minutes first to reflect on a couple of questions. I will give you in a second. Since we're running a little bit short on time, I thought that when they're done with their reflections, I'll open the floor for questions if you have any. So think about what you would like to ask while they're talking. Okay, so the questions that we have asked our panelists to reflect on is, as AI becomes more integrated into humanitarian decision-making and operations, what do you see as the most important factor in ensuring AI driver decisions are both effective and ethically aligned with humanitarian principles? And also, how can we balance the need for optimization with the need for fairness, transparency, and accountability? And you are, of course, allowed to reflect on whichever part of these questions you would like. So, David, maybe we can start with you and then move towards me.
Sure. Well, first of all, thanks very much for having me. It's a real pleasure to be here for this AI Days over the next few days. So the part that I was going to sort of comment on was really around the ethics of this. And so as my position as Director of Research at the Institute for Economics and Peace, I oversee the sort of production of the Global Peace Index, which has already been mentioned by Branko this morning. And so over the past couple of years, we've obviously been, as everyone else has, been looking at how we can use AI to further research into peace and conflict. And I think the story I'm going to tell can best be summarized by a sort of paraphrased quote from Jeff Goldblum in Jurassic Park, which is, it's easy to focus on whether we could, but it's harder to focus on whether we should. And certainly from IEP's point of view, we have a bit of an example of that. So, the Global Peace Index is a ranking of 163 countries on their levels of violence or fear of violence. And it's made up of 3 domains. There's a measure of safety and security, there's a measure of ongoing conflict, and there's a measure of militarization. And so militarization was an area that we've been sort of looking at improving our understanding of how to measure and track that over time. Because, currently, the main measures for militarization focus on military spending, they focus on sort of the number of assets and so on and so forth. But obviously we've seen over the past decade, certainly, that technology is kind of playing a big role in the types of ways militaries are deployed and the nature of conflict that involve militaries. So the question we posed was, how could you, measure and track the sort of technological capability of militaries over time? knowing that a fifth generation aircraft is, depending on who you talk to, exponentially more capable than a first generation fighter jet. 30-year-old technology versus technology today is, it's apples and oranges. So, in order to do that, it was always going to be a sort of, prior to ChatGPT coming along, it was going to be a very manual process of going through all the assets and sort of having this sort of ranking of assets and having a relative measure. As soon as ChatGPT came along, we thought, well, as we're learning how to use this technology, that's something we've been thinking about for a while. So let's trial it on that particular problem. And we did it. We have a measure of sort of technological military capability per country over the past 10 years. We had a sort of peer review with sort of military experts in our network. They couldn't really fault the methodology, and overall were sort of the results they were pretty confident with. The red flag came along when our comms and marketing team got very excited by this, because the actual rankings of the sort of relative military technology allowed for statements such as, and I'm not going to use particular countries, but think of two rival countries in the world. It allowed statements such as, country A is 3 times more capable in its military than country B. So as a peace research organization, while we were excited by the research, we weren't really sure that we should be putting that type of comparison out in the current context or in any context, really, because there is an ethical dilemma there. You don't want to invoke belligerence because of a statement like that, nor do you want to invoke a sort of arms race because of a statement like that. Now, obviously, we're a small organization and a small cog in a big wheel, but there are ethical considerations around that. So, my sort of contribution to the question is really about, there's some really exciting things that can be done, but that sort of ethical consideration up front is pretty critical, I think, especially in these, early exciting days where everyone's just jumping in. So that would be my contribution.
Thank you, Paula.
Thanks, and thank you for moderating the session. Thanks, Branka, for an excellent introduction and keynote speech. It was really exciting. So I think I would like to highlight 3 points that come from my expertise in the work with the VIEWS project. For those of you who do not know the acronym, VIEWS stand for Violence and Impact Early Warning System. And it's a project at PRIO and Uppsala University where we use open source data to predict the risk, but also the number of fatalities related to armed conflict. And so I'm going to focus on conflict forecasting here because that's my experience and expertise. And I think there are the point that I want to highlight are sort of recent and exciting progress, but also room for improvement and further avenues for research. So the first is concerning more the methodological side of conflict forecasting. And I think by working with policymakers and stakeholders, we realized that it's very important to transition towards uncertainty forecasts and probabilistic forecasts that can give us and give stakeholders and users more of a measure of caution when reading and interpreting and using this forecast. So for those of you who are not really familiar with conflict forecasting, most of the existing systems in the past and up to now have been forecasting either the binary conflict occurrence or the risk of conflict occurring, or point estimates of the number of fatalities associated with conflicts. And although this has been really encouraging and a lot of progress has been made in the recent years, we think it's still a lot more work has to be made in transitioning towards forecasting with uncertainty. And the reason for this is point estimates risk to miss the most interesting developments for the users and the decision makers. We know that conflict, thankfully, is a rare phenomenon. And so point estimates risk to always cluster around 0. And probabilistic forecasts are much more useful to policymakers and stakeholders because they can alert to risks of conflict escalation or tensions escalating to very catastrophic humanitarian disasters or crises. So that's, I think, something that we in Views have been working on. A prediction challenge has been organized recently to boost improvements on these developments. So this is something that is happening, but at the same time, we need more work on. The second point I would like to highlight is we need a continuous engagement with users and stakeholders. And I think most of us from the research community are used and trained to share our results at the very end of the process, only through publications, policy reports, conference presentations, and so on. And although this is necessary and fundamental, I think one experience we had and one learning process we had in our project, we need a continuous engagement with the policymakers, the practitioners, the users community. And I give you a few examples of what I mean with this. I was recently talking to a UN agency, and the biggest question they had when approaching Views was, we need you to tell us when and how to integrate your system in our decision-making process. And the question comes from a place where these organizations are very interested in incorporating these tools, but they do not really know how. And it comes from a place where there is a very predefined planning, also regarding timelines. So funding is given out at a multi-annual pace, and they don't really know how to integrate this thinking or forecasting of impending crisis. They do not know how to considering this like looming or more fast-paced developments in their decision-making processes. So that's one example of where we, the research community, the peace tech practitioners, and the IGOs, government agencies, and so forth, need to sit together and think, how do we make this happen? And finally, I think one key point that we have been thinking about, and that's one of the main goals that Views has been working on, is to shift from a place where we, as a community, are largely focusing on predicting conflict to a place where we help decision makers and users to predict. We provide predictions of conflict impacts. So we have experienced that we've worked a lot with decision makers, some international organizations that take our forecast of conflict and use them as input to, for example, predict famine or healthcare access or water access and so forth. I'm just giving a few examples here. And although this is very much aligned with our, mission of being transparent and making our forecast usable, we think that the moment is the time is ready, and we have the data and the methods that enable us to produce forecasts that are much more targeted to the needs of the users. And so instead of producing only conflict forecasts, we can help with the right, investment in research and the right empirical, scientifically based innovations. we could help decision makers by providing forecasts of the impacts of conflict. And we know that conflict impacts many dimensions of societies, from access to water, healthcare, food, and so forth. But we think that we need more investment in making this shift. And this would help achieve a much more robust forecast, but also much more transparent and fair system. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. And now Håvard, who's representing the people you want to talk to.
Thank you, and thanks for inviting me. Always good to be back at PRIO to discuss these important topics. So I think I agree with everything that has been said, but I still want to, I think I want to tackle a very good question from a slightly different angle. And that is, okay, so now let's talk about how to integrate AI in an ethical manner. From where I'm sitting, right, I see very little use of AI. When it comes, there's a lot of pilots, there's a lot of hype, there's a lot of nice little projects everywhere. But when it comes to decision-making on humanitarian funding from Norway, there's no AI in the loop at any point in the decision-making process for a single krone of Norwegian humanitarian assistance. I think that goes for most funders. Doesn't mean a lot of funders doesn't have a nice little AI project, or they're supporting this or they're supporting that. But when it comes to actually using it in decision-making, very little is happening. So from my perspective, right, the primary question is still, how do we ensure that we can actually use AI in an efficient manner, or start using it in humanitarian decision-making, especially when it comes to funding? And I think that's a core question, right? So we all know that humanitarian needs far outstrip available funding. The most recent humanitarian appeals raise, maybe as little as a third of available of necessary funding. So from my perspective, there's two core problems or issues at the heart of the current humanitarian system. The one is needs and targeting. The other is cost effectiveness. Right? How do we map the needs? How do we ensure that we target humanitarian funding in an as efficient way as possible? That's an information problem. Right? At heart, that's an information problem. That's where it's easy to see the utility of AI, where it's easy to see the utility of something like views, where it's also quite easy to see how you can do that in a manner that doesn't at all come into conflict or friction at all with humanitarian principles, or doesn't really raise any of these big ethical questions. It's basically a question of making human decision-making more effective, more efficient. So needs is one part of it. The other part is cost effectiveness. Right? The variation in cost effectiveness in humanitarian interventions is extreme. Right? Basically, in all of aid, the development assistance isn't normally distributed. Right? It's not like most stuff work roughly as has a comparable level of effectiveness. Some stuff is extremely cost effective, and some stuff has very low cost effectiveness. So we could do much more if we invested much more in the most effective tools at our disposal, and ensure that those tools found the people most in need. But that's the cost effectiveness question, right? Is also at heart a information question. It's about getting the data, getting a hold of the research, getting an overview, etc., etc., etc. All of the stuff that at different level of an organization is what people do, and where decisions at different levels are made, and where AI can be useful and isn't really used at all today. To give an example, so Plan Norway, the development organization that runs children's villages and stuff, It's not really a big partner. It's a what would you say, a medium-sized actor in the Norwegian development landscape. They did a nice little exercise where they looked at how much time they spent writing results reportings or writing up reports to NORAD. So Plan is a medium-sized, medium-small partner for NORAD, and NORAD is just one of many partners that Plan has. Plan spent around 1,200 hours writing reports to Norway. Obviously, beautiful reports, extremely informative reports, reports that we, we're very happy to receive. But I think it's fairly easy to make the case that some of those 1,200 hours could be used in a more efficient way and could be used in a way that actually benefited people in need much more. So Plan actually did a little experiment. They tried using AI to automatically generate reports. That worked beautifully. AI basically writes reports just as well as a human, right? Because there's very little creativity involved in this. You just need to summarize it, and you need to be concise and everything. Meaning that if an organization like Plan would be allowed to use AI for those kinds of tasks, you're freeing up a lot of resources. And in NORAD, across the entire aid system, by far the scarcest resource is human man and women power, right? Hours. If you could free up a little bit of those hours, the impact of that can be absolutely extreme. And that's where I think there's an obvious case for using AI, and there's also an obvious case for how we can use AI without, to repeat myself, getting into conflict with any humanitarian principles or really getting into waters that are very ethically murky at all. Maybe naively, but that's how it looks from my perspective.
Thank you. Branka, finally.
Oh my gosh, how many hours I could have saved of my life not writing reports. But I do agree, there are so many others. I think those are also 3 different examples, right, of different types of utilization of AI. And maybe I'm bringing a different story, and it's interesting now to compare to your comments that there are no use cases of AI in humanitarian funding. I'm bringing this story, which is quite old now, from 2016. I was at that time. So my work is mostly at the nexus of development, humanitarian, and peace building. And at that time, I was at the World Bank. There is a unit called Fragility, Conflict, and Violence at the World Bank that was at that time piloting a project called Famine Early Action Mechanism. Collaboration with different agencies, with OCHA, with United Nations, with Red Cross as well, and with some private sector. At 2016, although the World Bank is quite strong on statistic, AI was a new thing as well. So they brought on board companies like Microsoft, Amazon, Google to help with the data science and to see how data science can be used to predict the probability of famine happening in conflict areas. And I was brought to the team as a short-term consultant at that time, who was working on famines, trying to bring that knowledge of what actually modern famines are. Because famines are, I mean, we let's say eradicated. I don't know if famine can be, it's not a disease, but we eradicated the famines at the end of the 20th century. And now suddenly in 21st century, we are again tackling with this additional burden to the humanitarian sector that we don't need to have. And there was this idea of actually using the machine learning to try to get earlier red flags, right? To have earlier warnings similar to conflicts. Can we actually get that earlier signal so that we can motivate the entire humanitarian sector, including the funding, to actually react earlier and consequently save lives? And why I'm mentioning this, because this was 2016, right? And at that time, not many ethical conversations in AI were happening. That was a very early stage of even discussing the AI ethics as such. And the questions that we were struggling with were more structural questions like misuse of the tool, like what happens if actually malicious actor gets the same tool, predicts the probability of famine happening in a certain area, and then intentionally targets that area. Or questions like what happens if countries themselves start pushing their populations into hunger, extreme hunger, just to get that threshold, reaching that threshold to actually release the funding. But when you look into these questions, the questions were not actually around data science, right? So why I'm saying this, because I think we went a long path since 2016, developing, understanding what are all of the additional challenges in utilizing this technology in humanitarian, not only funding, this session is framed around funding, but in general, we can talk about any utilization, right, of the data science. What are all of these ethical layers, the questions? We don't even talk today, I mean, some in the area, experts in area try to even avoid the ethical conversations and talk more about these trustworthy technologies, right? How can we build them in such a way to actually ensure that they are not harming the populations that we are trying to help, or that they actually do what they are intended to do? And now we slipped into, and I'm really curious from the examples of your organizations, when we started doing the research at AI for Peace, we have a project around AI ethics and how we can build a specific tool for peace builders to actually help them once they start even thinking about building the tool, first answering the question, should we at all, right? Is that really necessary? And then if it's really necessary, like in this case, I don't think for humanitarian applications it's unnecessary. Obviously, we have so many issues and problems, and we need additional help to be able to react quicker and more efficiently. But how we actually do that to ensure that we are following all of the ethical standards and principles. And now we slipped into another challenge that when we started interviewing practitioners in the field, we realized that there are more than 600 available ethical standards and principles out there. So that's beyond the humanitarian sector. In humanitarian, there are maybe 3 organizations that are setting the scene, right? OCHA or Red Cross, or especially with data responsibility. Data responsibility is the field that has been acknowledged much earlier. Not that many emphasis exist for models themselves, for example, or for broader algorithm development. So how data scientists decide out of 600 available guidance out there, which one is actually relevant for them, they will listen to their organization for sure, but the organizations are struggling with this of understanding what is the relevant principle that they want to adopt. So they started working internally in committing to certain principles. And then they hit another problem. And then, Paula, maybe you can share your experience as well as a data scientist. How do you then transfer all of these ethical principles that you understand now? You are committing to transparency, to explainability, to privacy. What does that mean when you actually start building the tool, right? It's not that easily transferable to the data scientist to understand how to do that switch from principles to practice. And this is where I think we still need more guidance and more work to be done to actually feel comfortable with a certain tool without necessarily, we notice from our own work that the data scientists are introducing the tools from private companies. Are they actually applicable or enough for the work in fragile contexts like the one that we are working on? So those are some of the insights from my field, and then maybe I would have just a quick follow-up question to your work, especially, for example, between your 2 organizations, because more and more often we see that users would trust the provider in building a certain tool. Is that actually enough, right? Is there certain ethical standard that you should still be applying, being an organization in the field or providing that funding? And it should not be enough to say, Views is doing this or PRIO is doing that. So this is an additional question that popped up to in interviews and conversations we had with organizations we are working with.
Great. I think we'll just jump to Håvard and then maybe Paula, and you can respond to Branka.
Excellent. So I'll answer that, but I have to just tag on to one point that Branka had first on the fragility, conflict, violence work that the World Bank does, which is excellent. But I think the following example or the following thing illustrates a little bit where the pressure points are at the moment, right? So we have the World Bank through the fragility, conflict, violence program now has dedicated funding for prevention. The World Bank actually has money to prevent armed conflict. That's fantastic. Preventing armed conflict is orders of magnitude more cost effective than responding humanitarian after the fact. Prevention is at heart a prediction question, right? So you'd like the World Bank to have access to data science, have access to views, and be able to use that kind of technology to anticipate armed conflict and to use the prevention funding that they have. Are they doing that? No. To get prevention funding from the World Bank today, you have to cross a threshold of battle debts, right? So you're not allowed to prevent armed conflict until you've had a minimum number of armed conflict, minimum level of armed conflict, right? It would be like saying that you're not allowed to start eating more healthy to prevent a heart attack until you've had a little bit of a heart attack first, right? Obviously, that's not the World Bank's fault at all. The World Bank has really good data science teams. They understand this. They would like to work differently, but it's a political question. It's a question of what funders are willing to let the World Bank do, and it's also a question of what kind of risk we allow our organizations to do. And I think to try to ease into your really good question, Branka, I think there's something about that if you are going to use AI or data science more broadly effectively in decision making, you do need decision makers at various levels of the organization to actually understand it to some level, right? Obviously, not everyone can be a data scientist, but you need some baseline level of understanding of what it is, what I can do, and that's also that's always so that quickly becomes an interesting discussion of what do you do in house and what do you bring in from the outside. And I think right now, in general, right, the level of expertise in data science, AI, in senior management positions throughout the humanitarian system is, let's say, limited diplomatically, and that's a bottleneck right now for adoption of technology.
Paula, do you want to respond to Branka?
Yeah, quickly, maybe from the other side of the wall or bridge. Very interesting question. I really agree 100% with what you both said. But short answer is I do not think anyone should just give us trust unconditionally. And I think this is truly against any scientific principle other than humanitarian principle. So my perspective on this, it would be compare and back any decision on scientific publications first, because not because scientific publications are an indication of ethical standards necessarily, but because they would give you an insurance of at least scientific standards and transparency and a carefully vetted product that has gone through peer review. And I'm not sure if there are any equivalent, like as of now, carefully vetting processes as peer review now, with all the caveats that we all are aware of. So that's where I would start, and I think this would ensure at least that users can understand what they are going to use. But of course, this also needs a certain level of data literacy, right? And also it requires us to do a better job in probably communicating the results of our peer-reviewed papers, which maybe policymakers, users, stakeholders do not have the capacity or time to read, right? So I think it goes a little bit both ways. Maybe policymakers and stakeholders can do not need to trust one provider, but I'm hoping they can trust the scientific community and the peer review and scientific community or scientific processes. And second, we as a research community can do better in communicating the results of this process to non-academic audiences.
Thank you. Let's open up for questions from the audience. Just raise your hand and then, yep, Simon. There's a mic coming from behind.
Nice. Thank you all so much. This is extremely exciting. So, so if I had a car with a dashboard and my mechanic for some reason told me you can only have 3 things on your dashboard, I would be like, that's a bit cheap of you, but fair enough. But I would probably choose, to see how fast is my car going, probably want to see how much gas is left, and maybe whether or not it needs an oil change, right? Those would be pretty important things that I needed to know. And with that, I could probably get by with the way that I use a car. So to all of you, if you were to have, to imagine a kind of a early warning system, and it could be for conflict or the impact of conflict, and you're like, but I need to understand 3 things about this system to be able to, for instance, recommend it to the World Bank or to NORAD and saying, this system is because we know these 3 things about it, or these 3 metrics, we think we can use it for something. And it doesn't need to be technical. It can be super abstract. So do you have any ideas of what 3 things you would really like to know about an early warning system before you could recommend it? Thanks.
Thank you. Do you want to all respond to that? We want to start with you, David?
Sure. I mean, it's a great analogy. And, having not thought of it before, which is annoying because it's such a great analogy, I think the answer to it would be what's the equivalence for those particular things? I mean, oil and petrol sort of gives you an indication of where you are today, and velocity gives you an indication of where you're going. Some combination of that, the equivalent, is pretty much the aim of every early warning system. But again, I guess the challenge with that, and this is something that we deal with, I'm sure everyone's dealt with this, is how do you legitimately compress the complexity of, in this field, conflict prediction into something like that and have confidence that that's actionable. So that would be my take on it.
Yeah, thanks. That's a great question. So I think I would look at first the data, so what goes into the system and how it's defined. Is it open access data? Is it transparent? Can I find more about the data if I want to? And second, I would like to know, how is the system validated? Is it validated? How is it validated? Is it tested against data? What are the possible implications of this validation system? And I think it's especially important that this kind of system does any out-of-sample validation, or imagining what would the result or the predictions be today, for today, if I, or in 2022, if I knew or had access to information in 2020. So I think these are the basic fundamentals that I would try to ask or get information on, and then I think it's important to understand, or I would ask myself, what is the level of human input, and where does it start and where does it stop? And this can go in. You can have human inputs at different stages of the process, and I think much of it is needed. And there's a lot of discussion on where should we stop, and what human input is needed to ensure fairness and transparency. But I think then we also need to understand, is the human input needed? And do we need to limit it somewhere, for example, to avoid biases? One very practical example of this is, once I receive the results and I know that my system is carefully vetted, is transparent, has been trained and tested, and I've been carefully addressing any potential biases of this system, do I stop there? My interpretation of this in terms of human input would be, yes, I need to stop here. Because if I go back and revise the results of my system, then I think the human input is adding rather than addressing any biases. Does it make any sense?
Okay, Håvard, what would you have on your dashboard?
Yeah, no, I think that's a fantastic question. So let me try to simplify it a little bit. So, right, from NORAD's perspective, or from Norway's perspective, right, we are basically, our job is to spend money, right? Spend money to fulfill whatever humanitarian need. At the heart of all humanitarian funding is, or should be at least, a humanitarian needs assessment. That's the basis for your funding allocation. So let's keep it that simple, right? I have some money, I want to spend that money. How do I spend that money? And then I think I would simply want three things on my dashboard. Incidentally, I think you provide all of those three things already. So let's keep it to conflict, right? Where is the conflict going to happen? What's the impact, the predicted impact of the conflict going to be? How certain are you? From a purely, how am I going to best spend my money? Sitting, in January, and I have a budget that I have to spend this year. Then I have a bunch of ongoing conflicts, and I have a bunch of pretty likely conflicts. That would be a very useful thing to have in a dashboard. The tricky thing, I guess, is that I know that I can get that in a dashboard right now. It's not really used in a decision-making dashboard.
So Branka, you got the longest time to think about this.
Yeah, and what to add? But that's a great question.
Yeah.
Although I have to say, you lost me with the car immediately. It's like when you mention a sports metaphor, you lose me immediately. I'm kidding. I think it's a great metaphor because it can actually be seen in many other layers as well. And I love it because we also use it to explain to decision makers that they don't need to know what is in the car, right? How the entire mechanics of the car functions to actually be able to drive the car. But do you actually trust the company that was building the car to be able to sit in the car? So not necessarily what are the three things that you are seeing, because I also need to trust that the speed that I'm seeing on the dashboard is the real one. Mm-hmm. Right? And that's what I meant when I posed the question, do you actually trust the provider of the algorithm data set or whichever product? And I think this will be a crucial, much more important question for the entire development of AI in humanitarian field or any other field. Now, I think we are seeing the question in two different ways because I'm seeing it from the perspective of a user and you're seeing it from the perspective of somebody who builds the tool, right? And from that perspective, I would probably maybe go beyond of how certain you are that the predictions are right, like looking in historically, how many times the car actually the dashboard show correctly the speed. I would like to know that because how do I trust then if it made a mistake so many times before? And if you translate that to prediction of conflict, I think I would rather want to have false positives and still invest, right? Like even if conflict doesn't happen, I would still be investing in certain area to prevent the conflict, rather than the other way around, right? I would not like to miss that something happens and then basically put people in a position to die or suffer. But I'm not a donor, and donors would like that, right? They would like the most precision out there to actually know if with the biggest certainty a conflict will happen or not. Yeah, so I think that's what I would like to see.
Thank you. More questions? Yes.
Hi, I'm Kati Yunkishi, Head of Data Science with ACLID. This is a question maybe for Håvard, but if anyone else wants to chime in as well. I'm curious because you've mentioned how, we have a lot of these tools, but no one's using them. And I'm curious, as someone who's trying to make the tools that people are hopefully using, is the issue more about that, as the tool makers, we don't have a deep understanding of how decisions are being made, and therefore how what we create can slot in nicely and be useful? Or is it more of a structural institutional issue that it's just not the first thing people reach for? They've been doing this for many decades without using a dashboard, and it's hard to get them to pivot to that.
Yeah, I guess the boring answer to that question, right, is that it's definitely a little bit of both, right? That's true for any large organization, right? There's a lot of inertia, there's a lot of business as usual. It's how we've done stuff always. To really fundamentally change how a system works is hard. Something that takes a long time and takes a lot of commitment. And it takes commitment from the top, right? You need to have senior leadership. You need a commander who really is willing to push an organization in that direction. That's obviously one issue. Another issue that I've talked about already is, the level of understanding is still probably lacking, right? It's quantitative data science skills is not usually what people that go into humanitarian development settings have invested the most training in. They had different interests. They were doing other stuff. But I think we're at the point now where, a rudimentary or maybe even rudimentary plus understanding of data science is something everyone needs, even if you're, a humanitarian aid worker in South Sudan. It's useful. It's necessary. But then I think it's also, decision makers are risk averse. Most decision makers are risk averse. I think especially most politicians, right, who ultimately control how we distribute humanitarian funding are risk averse. And I think it's easier probably to. No one is going to fault you for responding in a big way to the Gaza crisis when it's clear to everyone that the Gaza crisis is huge, going to need much more money than anyone has. But you might very well be faulted for investing in something that didn't really end up becoming a big thing, or in something that seemed to have a less effect. All of these things need to come together, right? And you need to find the organizations where stars are aligned. You actually have leadership that's committed to it. You have a level of understanding within the organization, or a willingness within the organization to learn and adopt the tools, and you need the risk appetite to actually try.
Anyone else want to respond to that?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I can just provide a sort of outsider's perspective as working for an organization that, similar to ACLID, builds these tools for the major multilaterals. I would agree with that assessment, just from my perspective. But what that manifests in a project when you're building something like this tool is there is an initial inertia, which is why an organization might engage an organization like IEP or ACLID. And so the hope is that external organization can come in and overcome that inertia. But what happens pretty regularly is, in order to overcome that inertia, consensus is sought internally. So you have a lot of stakeholders engaged that have to agree on what this dashboard is going to look like. And so the project itself starts quite bounded, and then this consensus approach means that, everyone's interests, if it, you'll have people who say, well, if it doesn't do this, it's no good to me. So then you try to incorporate that, and you have 20 of those different types of views. So by the end of it, you end up all dashboard, and it's a little kid's bicycle at the back. So it's sort of, and that then feeds a bit of a cycle, because you have this initial inertia and reticence and sort of kind of disbelief this is useful. You go through this process, and by the end of it, it's self-fulfilled prophecy proved right. So I've certainly been involved in some of those. We sort of try and now curtail that early by telling those stories, to try and work with the partner to make sure that we don't end up there. But it is a risk for these types of things.
Can I just quickly, I just 2 words, I think, and we worked a lot in the previous 2 years with different ministries trying to understand and to have the answer to the same question. I think trust, and maybe we can do a quick poll in the room. Like, would you trust more a human making a decision or a machine making a decision? So human, let's see the hands up. And the machine? So look, like 3 hands maybe for a machine. It's like, for some reason, we tend to put machines on a higher standard of trust than humans. And this is what we realized, at least in the ministries of foreign affairs that we worked with, that somehow human forecasters are still trusted more. And maybe that's related to accountability as well, because it's much easier than to say, oh, who is responsible for making a decision for this? It's this and this person. When you use a system, it's, especially when it depends which system we are using, but if there are black boxes, if you don't know what is happening behind the system, how do you actually ensure that accountability, right? And I think we are achieving much more now with explainability, and I think ACLED is doing the same, right? Trying to actually explain how the decisions, or which specific element of a forecast contributed to a certain prediction, right? Which, from conversations that we had with our clients, helps a lot. So having at least this explanation of how the algorithm actually came to a certain decision helps people have more trust in actually using the tool. But that's in terms of using ACLED, for example, or using something that has already been created by somebody externally. Completely other story is building something internally. And that's maybe for another conversation. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll have to wrap up there. It's noon, so it will be lunch. But I think one of the takeaways from this panel is that we need much more information and knowledge about AI and trust in it for it to be as efficient as it can be. So thank you to the panelists. You have all contributed a lot, and I think it was a very interesting discussion. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, everyone, and a warm welcome to the session on AI in early warning and early action, successes, challenges, and future pathways. My name is Angelica Lindqvist McGowan, and I work as Operations and Outreach Manager for the VIEWS team, the Violence and Impacts Early Warning System that is co-hosted by PRIO and Uppsala University. And today, it is my distinct honor to serve as moderator for this panel alongside 4 distinguished panelists from a variety of organizations that are currently exploring the use of AI for early warning and early action. Now with me on the panel, we have Joel Meyer, project manager for the DEEP project at the Danish Refugee Council. Gray Barrett, Deputy Bureau Chief Data Officer, very long title, from the US Department of State and also former PRIO. We have Geraldine Henningsen, from data scientist from the UNHCR, and Hilde Haag from the Conflict Prevention Center at the OSCE, the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. Now, you all find yourselves at rather different stages of this journey and in quite distinct roles. So I, for one, am really excited to learn more about your work and in particular to hear more on your thoughts on the challenges that we need to overcome to move from early warning to early action. So to get us started, I'd like to invite each of you to take about 5 minutes each to reflect first on what early warning tools or methods that your team, center, or broader organization currently employs to predict, prepare for, or prevent conflict and humanitarian crisis, if that falls within your mandates, and to what role AI and data-driven techniques play in these efforts. Who would like to go first? You want to start, Joel?
I might as well. So. Again, greetings, and I'm going to have to lead off knowing it, and thank you so much for the moderating and the great panelists, because we were all catching up before. And I want to thank the colleagues that coordinated this event, because it's great to be back in Oslo. Again, I'm Joel Meyer, again, working with the Danish Refugee Council, but the Data Entry and Exploration Platform, the DEEP platform, is a consortium. Again, thank you to our colleagues that give us governance. I'll speak more about that. And of course, that's the IFRC, UN OCHA, IDMC, other partners. And I always say it takes a village, or of course, I just spent the last 5 years in Hawaii, so I'll say an ohana. I might end up this session by just saying aloha, because I really want to make this a dialogue. And of course, we have such great thought leaders on stage, and some of my great friends and mentors that are in. Again, thank you, Branka, and other colleagues. It's very inspiring to ask the hard questions. But, you know, we at the, again, DEEP platform, we endeavor to tackle one of the biggest problems coming out of, again, the Nepal earthquake, where I was then working at NetHope. We were trying to tackle qualitative data. And in a radical way, there's a lot of great tools that you can buy, you pay subscriptions. But being an American, I always want to say, I have a dream. And imagine if you had open source tools. Imagine if you could open up the data. Thank you to Humanitarian OpenStreetMap, all the colleagues, again, to ACLED and other colleagues who have great data. As I always say, they're kind of data supplies coming into this kitchen. Well, we at the DEEP platform allow you, any of you, and of course, the work starts tomorrow. We want to get you using our open source platform. You'll be joining 8,000 humanitarians. Thank you to the Bureau for Humanitarian Affairs, USAID, who's been supporting us, and other partners, US CDC. And again, the world's biggest humanitarian organizations, IFRC, to get the right tools to the right people with the right data to make decisions during crises. But over the course of this panel, I want to talk about, you know, we all tend to be kind of reactionary. And of course, I'm the only non-doctor in my family. My family are all physicians, and a lot of them are emergency doctors. But, you know, American public health notwithstanding, we also want to do preventative health. And I think this, thank you to the Secretary General, early warning for all. My previous incarnation was at the Pacific Disaster Center, winner of the Sasakawa Award, and the idea of building resilience. And so I'd like to talk also about conflicts do not happen in a vacuum. And also the idea they're going to be in an area of a lot of other hazards and a lot of other data, and that data on displacement. All of us have been refugees or immigrants or displaced. I think we need to all own that. And that's why it's such an honor to be here. But thank you. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Geraldine, would you like to go next?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, everyone, and thanks for the invitation. And thanks, Angela, for setting up this session. My name is Geraldine Henningsen. I'm from UNHCR. We are a very small team of 6 people in the HQ in Copenhagen in the Global Data Service, and work with data science. And when Angela asked me to join this panel, my first reaction was, "Oh, I don't know nothing about this." but then I actually thought about what kind of the implication of early warning systems, and I would say that we as an organization are kind of at the beginning of the development of early warning systems. That does not mean that UNHCR doesn't have any tools yet. Of course, we do. We have to. They will mainly be preparatory, so I wouldn't necessarily say that we have reached the stage of anticipatory action, but of course there is a lot of work going into being into preparedness in expecting, seeing crisis at an early stage and being able to react to it. I think UNHCR uses a considerable amount of resources on this topic. So we have risk colleagues who are regionally placed, who do a lot of assessment, which is, from my understanding, mainly qualitative. We have our Department of Emergency and Disaster Preparedness, who are constantly monitoring. They probably will kill me for saying that, but I don't know how many indicators, and which then pick up quite early on these things to send out signals that, hey, look, there's a crisis looming here, or actually even ongoing. But then apart from this, as you are interested in AI, we as a team have begun working on AI-based early warning systems in prolongation of our general AI work, which is more geared towards population statistics, because that's the focus of our team. And we started in 21 as a team, and we also immediately actually jumped into the early warning realm. We are a very small team, as I said before, we only 6 people, and a fraction of those work on early warning systems. But what I could say is that we have currently 2 main products, which are mainly risk-based, so where we try to estimate the risk of displacement at the country level for different thresholds. This has been more or less completed. It's a monthly risk index that is sent out. And then we have a newer project, which is with Craft, where we got generous funding from Craft, which is going down to the subnational level, where we try to estimate risk indices at the subnational level, actually at the 0.5 grid level, which around the equator equates to around 55 times 55 kilometers. So you can see there's a really high resolution on this. And this work is particularly geared towards climate change displacement, or actually you cannot really say that climate in, with the like predicting displacement risk with a special focus on climate change, because we cannot establish any causality in this regard. So these are the 2 tools that we currently have, and then the UNHCR has been very gracefully bestowed a 2 million euro grant from the government of Luxembourg to build a larger early warning system, because what we think so far, what we have done, early warning risks or risk assessments, we wouldn't necessarily call this an early warning system, because it is very much geared towards predicting quantitative risk. In our view, a early warning system is something that is more comprehensive. It would probably also include flagging mechanisms within the decision-making process, as was discussed in the previous session. So this is what we do is one tiny step in the whole system process that we try to build.
Thank you so much. Great. Would you like to go next?
Thanks so much, Delegate, and to the PRIO team. As you mentioned, I'm a PRIOite, so I'm very happy to be back here. And thanks so much to my co-panelists as well. This is a real opportunity to speak with some mentors and real leaders in the field. So I'm Greg Barrett. I'm a team lead and Deputy Bureau Chief Data Officer for the Bureau of Conflict and Stabilization Operations. I've been in the department for around 5.5, 6 years. I'm in the Office of Advanced Analytics, which does things that are very germane to our talk here. We are a team of about 15 to 20 data scientists, quantitative social science researchers, and folks who are basically at the vanguard of trying to turn these data sets that are produced into something that policymakers can use, whether that's talking points, dashboards, or other analytical tools. Another part of my work, which is highly related, is managing something called the Instability Monitoring and Analysis Platform, or IMAP, which is an internal hub that we have that we started in 2019, basically to make sure that these data sets and these products that we produce using conflict data and social science data don't just kind of end up on a dusty SharePoint somewhere, but they are actually integrated into the community, not just the 75,000 employees of the U.S. Department of State, but also what we call the interagency. So our colleagues at the U.S. Agency for International Development, Department of Defense, National Security Council, sort of all across the U.S. government. And that may not sound like a huge achievement, but getting these systems to talk to one another and just being able to have common access is a big win. And particularly doing so on issues of substantive and normative importance, such as conflict early warning, is critical. And Geraldine already mentioned something called CRAFT, the Complex Risk Analytics Fund. I'm the main point of contact in the U.S. government for that. Have been involved in CRAFT since about 2020, since the start of that. What CRAFT is a multi-donor trust fund instrument housed in the UN, in the Executive Office of the Secretary General. And basically, it's also a way to bring together major donors in this space: Germany, UK, Netherlands, the US, including our partners at USAID, BHA, to say we should stop paying for these different data sets out of different pots on different timelines and with differently aligned schedules and norms. We should come together through a single instrument which will provide regularity of funding, which will provide benefits of a data ecosystem, and help these data providers talk to one another and knit these various initiatives together in a way that makes sense and benefits all of us. So it helps the data providers in the sense that there's regularity of funding. They understand cohesively what the major players, or many of the major players in the donor community want, and we can have a single unified operating picture that understands the entire landscape of data and early warning.
Thank you so much. Fuse is actually also one of the recipients of the CRAFT funding, along with several other organizations here in the room today, so we're all very grateful for that contribution. Hilda, would you like to go next?
Yes, thank you very much, and also again, thanks for the invitation. I also feel a little bit like a fish out of water here, I think, when you invited me, but I think I've been reassured by some of the conversations I've had here. And so I work in the Conflict Prevention Center of the OSCE in Vienna. And I work as a senior operational support officer and working specifically with some of what we call the conflict cycle toolbox, including then early warning, which is part of that. So I wanted to actually start a little bit saying about our mandate and what we do before, and then leading into kind of how we use the text, because I think it also shows some of the kind of limitations we might have. And I think starting as Geraldine, we have a kind of more comprehensive concept of security. So we are a security organization under a regional security organization under Chapter 8 of the UN Charter. So we are like the largest kind of security operation and corporation in the world, and we cover mostly the Northern Hemisphere. And it was established specifically as a kind of platform for dialogue, particularly East-West. And this is also some of the challenges we are facing today with the kind of relations that we see now. We have a multi-dimensional concept of security, where we consider 3 different concepts of security, from political, military, economic, and so on, environmental issues, and also human dimension issues, kind of as all part of one, where both of them are kind of seen as complementary, interconnected, and equally important and interdependent. So when it comes to early warning, I think it's an organization-wide objective for the OSCE, and it's enshrined in various declarations that go back to the 1992 Helsinki document, Budapest in '94, and for us, maybe the key document that we rely on is what we call the 2001 Ministerial Council decision on the kind of elements on the conflict cycle, because it also assigned a few kind of specific responsibilities on early warning to our office. So the Secretary General of the OSCE was then assigned a mandate to provide early warning to participating states on emerging crises and conflicts in the OSCE area, and also to consolidate the kind of early warning methodology in capacities in a methodological, systematic, comprehensive, cross-dimensional manner. And in my office, we were assigned a role as kind of early warning focal point, and we also have a number of focal points in all the field operations that we have. So that's kind of like the background of where we are. And I think in many ways also I think the discussions I kind of had here also shows that I think when we talk about early warning, we talk slightly about different things. So we are not so much dealing with the kind of big kind of prediction models, because it's also provide. It's more about also providing information to our leadership in terms of what we, that there is a rising crisis, and then it's actually not even up to the Secretary General doesn't have a mandate to act, but she will then alert the states who are the ones who then have the possibility to use the tools that we have. We are facing a number of issues, and I just wanted to mention the mandate issue just to kind of to make it clear kind of where we are. That has impact also when it comes to the use of technology. So one is that we are a consensus-based organization, which means that most of the decisions are made by, it has to be made by all the 57 states. And this is quite difficult these days. And most of the tools that we have for conflict prevention, including early warning, do require kind of like a decision in the Permanent Council, which means that all the states have to agree. This is not really happening these days, and I can maybe take one example, which was we had a big mission in Ukraine, the special monitoring mission, with over 1,000 people, and also a lot of different tools that we used, including UAVs and cameras and all these other instruments. And when in 2022, then we actually, their mandate came up in March of that year, so just after the war escalated in Ukraine. And one of our states decided to put down a veto, and it meant that we had to close down the whole mission. So we kind of the presence we had was actually, that was kind of maybe one of our stronger tools that we have. I think this secondly, I just wanted to say that a lot of our approach to early warning collection is collation analysis is quite decentralized because we have a number of different kind of entities, and it's a bit of a complicated system. And I think this is also in keeping with the kind of political and evolved nature of the organization. Because we have a lot of both official and unofficial ways of sharing information when it comes to early warning also and related info. And I think there's only to these kind of constraints that are related to mandate, political issues, and also resources, which is another big issue for us. We are using the kind of the formal early warning tools quite carefully. I think we've only actually had 3 formal early warnings issued by the Secretary General so far. But there is a lot of kind of informal information sharing going on. So just maybe just to jump to the then like some meetings point where when it comes to kind of using new innovation, I have to say we are kind of very, as you mentioned, quite at the kind of early stage, this exploring, and I see compared to, for example, the UN has got much further, I think, than we have in that sense. But I think like many other organizations, we are trying to kind of look at the challenges that it poses for us. So I think like just wanted to mention, we haven't really had the kind of broad discussion on the kind of impact of AI on security, because of course we are a security organization. But I think we have been looking at some implications of, AI. I think they're becoming more pronounced. So we have started to see a bit of movement. So maybe start with the latest. We had just this summer, our leadership issued like a policy document now on the kind of acceptable use of Gen AI technology. And I think it's, in many ways, it's focusing a lot on the risks to the OSC and the staff by using it. But I think I see a more positive trend where back in like earlier this year, we were basically told you cannot use some of these tools at work, and now they are looking more at how we can use them and some of the risks and also some of the possibilities. So I see a shift there. There's kind of more kind of acceptance that you can do this. When it comes to kind of issues where we have been involved, I think it's mostly been relating to kind of understanding and mitigating the impact of freedom of expression on media pluralism to combat kind of online hatred. But also, I think some activities in the field of kind of border security, online exploitation of children, and combating of trafficking in human beings. And I think one initiative, some like Howard has some, I think also has been involved in helping to develop some of this tool when it comes to the representative of the freedom of the media, who has actually launched this platform and also like a report looking at this kind of artificial intelligence and freedom of expression. So so that's kind of one initiative. I think when it comes to early warning, We have also had a project recently, which I think also we have been working a little bit with your office on the setting up as what we call OGIS, which is the OSCE Geospatial Information System project. So maybe I can talk a little bit more about this later, not to take too much of the time now. But I think we've been trying to kind of to exploring opportunities for having a bit more technological innovation, and also to enhance our situational awareness and conflict analysis, including also early warning. And I think in these applications, it will also likely provide us opportunity to test the application of GIS-linked AI tools to further kind of strengthen technology. So just to my last point, is sorry to take a lot of time, is that I think that basically for us it's still very much an issue also of a political decision. So that's why also I think you see some kind of caution still at our end, because the other issue is also the issue of governance and, you know, making sure that we understand. I think we need to understand these tools a little bit better before we can kind of larger scale implement them. But we are exploring them.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I think it's really important also to raise that there are so many more obstacles to using early warning for early action than just looking at the models themselves. Because approaching this from the model development side, we of course look closely at what we are actually developing and how we can improve our model. But even with a perfect model at hand that predicts exactly what it sets out to achieve, and with perfect accuracy, perfect precision, there are so many other obstacles that might hinder it from actually getting used. And I would like to come back to those political sensitivities later on. But first, I was hoping we can put all of those aside and look only at the models itself and looking at what the ideal model would be within the remits of the mandates of each of your organizations, of course. So if you basically had free hands to design a perfect model for early warning and early action for your organizations, what would that model do? What would it look like? What would you need from such a model to be able to actually use it for early warning and early action? Very open question. So approach that from any perspective you would like, from transparency to performance to specific functions. Anyone eager to go first? Yeah, go ahead.
You know, I would lead off in a qualification. You know, the D platform, its secretariat is at the Danish Refugee Council. But, you know, Alexander Sharam and our colleagues who do their foresight model, the idea of not only knowing where conflict happens, where is displacement. And of course, we're very happy. I wasn't putting words in people's mouths, but thank you for mentioning governance, because we're so happy at the D platform. Is it cool technology, to use a very technical term? I am from California, you might have heard from the accent. We're very excited about it. We're also excited about our next incarnation being an old surfer. Of course, it's called JAWS, the Joint Analytical Workspace. So we weren't happy just tackling qualitative data. And of course, the work starts, you know, again, later this week. And on Monday, we're going to brief OSCE on how do you use this. 6,000 people are already using it. Our team is on the lake in Geneva right now, working with the UNDAC ANA cell. How do we prepare for the next catastrophe? But I do think radical openness. Make sure your models, you can go on. Of course, I'm not an AI engineer, but we have a lot of good ones. Thank you to Data Friendly Space, our technology partner, and all of our governance partners. Make sure it's radically open. If you can open the data, and also with due deference to places with conflicts, you can go into our platform and say, I would like to have a shared space, or I'd like to actually have a workspace that is only just us, and it isn't, it's, you know, of course, it could be dealing with human rights, whether it's Sudan or Myanmar. We're very cognizant of that. Even our partners that I've worked with for years at ESRI, we knew that ArcGIS Online, when we were all at the meeting in Geneva, when the Ukraine crisis had accelerated a few years ago, mindful beginning 2014 and beyond, having private workspaces was key. So it's that teeter-totter as an old information manager, getting the right data to the right people at the right time to make the right decision. But always, and I'm going to paraphrase my good buddy Rakesh, who works at USAID, do no harm. So humanitarians first. So don't open the data, and then be careful of people. Be careful of people coming from California that are technologists. That's why I'm so happy to work at the humanitarian space of standards first. My boss, Katrine Staudup, getting IASC, you know, the Interagency Standing Committee, saying, what are our data standards for protecting those in harm's way? You know, we are part of the protection cluster. So again, protection first. Humanitarian OpenStreetMap. Open up the data, that's great. HDX, the Humanitarian Data Exchange, thank you to Dr. Javier Terán and other partners. So you can see these pieces of, I always say, the soup that we'd like to make, And we do thank those, whether it's NORAD or other partners, CRAFT, BHA, and all of the Scandinavian donors and the foundations sustaining, and also, as my dear friend Phil Veltsos from WHO, where I used to work, not doing pilot-itis, which sounds like an affliction, but not doing, technologists can often be kind of crows. We all like shiny things. What's the new AI-driven Bitcoin drone that's going to make your coffee? But how do we sustain it and exercise it? So I'm very proud that, we at the DEEP platform, we exercise and use it at the biggest exercises. And in my previous incarnation at the Pacific Disaster Center, disaster aware, you can use it. People use it for the last 20 years, and we use it in exercises before the big game. Use it in a scenario, but because you don't want to be building the tools in the middle of a big catastrophe, whether it was Nepal or Ebola, other places where I was working on those responses. So that's it. Again, standards, open data, transparent algorithms. And so those are some of my little I have a dream speech, but over to the colleagues.
Would anyone else like to weigh in on what makes a good model before I follow up with Joel on that?
Yeah, you can go for sure. Yeah, lots to show them with that. Is this like wave your magic wand question? Like,
yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'd say a couple attributes that I think if I could wave my magic wand to make a perfect model or something that would be really beneficial. First is, and I think Paula mentioned this in one of the previous sessions, but a measurement of uncertainty, something that tells us, how certain are we about these forecasts, about what we're looking at? Is this, black box machine learning thing? Or is this like something that someone with a basic understanding of regression can understand, or even more basic than that? I think that is a key attribute that is that's really important, particularly when we're dealing with policymakers, because they don't have a lot of time and may or may not have the technical expertise to understand the things that work, and may not need an AI model when a simple regression will do, or something that's much more digestible. The second thing is, to Joel's point, of kind of, and PDC, Pacific Disaster Center, and their disaster aware platform does this well, is knitting together not just the projected impact in terms of violent deaths, fatalities, that sort of thing, but what are the knock-on effects? What does this do to forced displacement? What does this do to other kind of societal aspects? What does this do, again, magic wand, but like, what does this do to the likelihood of political transitions, or how will this affect the election next year or in 2 years? And the last thing I would say is that, just on the openness of the data side, I think, I represent the U.S. taxpayer, and we've worked really hard through CRAFT and other means to make sure that the data sets that we fund, the data sets are open, they're publicly available, and so we're very transparent about what's going in, so that we can have some understanding and estimation of what that looks like coming out on the other side.
Would anyone else like to jump in?
I can maybe, from UNHCR's perspective, which is very narrow, I think. I mean, because our mandate is to protect forcibly displaced people. So for us, the main goal of any early warning model would be to be prepared for a crisis. And I can only say what is on our wish list, and this is nothing that we're dreaming of. This is actually something that is very concrete in terms of to-do issues for us. The thing that we see in most cases is that there are different models needed depending on what type of situations you look at. I mean, in UNHCR's context, we have situations which are protracted, which are just ongoing. So you would probably need a very different model from this particular situation to something that is an acute crisis. And we can see that if we look at protracted situations, that our models do very, very well, because they're not difficult to model. Basically, past displacement is a really, really good predictor for future displacement, so there's not much to it. But the ones that really give us a headache are the acute crises ones. And I'm not sure we actually really capture them, to be honest. Or another nuance to that could be a model where you have a situation that is worsening. So you have an ongoing situation, but all of a sudden things go awry completely. So this is for us a big, big challenge. Another thing, I mean, what we're trying with CRAFT is going subnational, because we think there's more nuance to these processes than what can be modeled at a national level. So we really, really try to go subnational. We're really thankful, for example, for View's work on this regard. And then another thing that for us is really, really important, and it maybe goes more into the direction what Hilde said. I mean, having a good predictive model is one thing. Implementing this politically is another one. And for us, one thing that really, really plays in is the capacity on the ground. So you could have, like, let's say you have a point estimate, which is super accurate. What does it tell you? It doesn't give you any idea, because you don't, I mean, unless you know where the people are actually going and you know what kind of capacities on the ground for these people to actually be taken care of, it's just a number at this stage. So you need a whole lot of wrapping around these point estimates. So I think, as I said, initially the model is just the first step. And then the other one, that would be my magic wand. That would be a model that has the flexibility and adaptability of a data science, like a machine learning algorithm with the transparency of a OS. I mean, if I could have that, that would be like the biggest birthday present I could imagine. I know it doesn't exist, but this is a huge headache for us, because on the one hand, we want to have a high predictive quality. If we go parametric, we know we usually don't get it. But on the other hand, we have colleagues asking us, oh yeah, well, that's super interesting, the risk that you give me, but I don't actually know where this is coming from, so it's not particularly useful for me.
You mentioned a key term there that keeps popping up when we're talking about using AI-driven models for early warning and early action: transparency. And what this means varies a lot between different organizations. So I was hoping maybe you guys could take a stab at defining what transparency in a model means. What would you like to see in terms of transparency in order to feel like you can trust the model?
I can start here, even though I'm not working on the models as such, but I think from our side of things, having, we need to triangulate everything that we do and make sure that we have, I mean, I need to show also to our leadership, where does this information come from. So I think having, I think what you were mentioning also earlier, that you do have this kind of capacity to also explain things. I think that's important, that you can go back and actually track, where the sources, that would be important for us. And I think on the other hand, we also need to link it up with other kind of sources that we have on the ground ourselves and other open sources. So yeah, that would kind of.
I also realized I just skipped you on the first question, and I think it's maybe even more important in organizations that haven't been using too many AI solutions at this point in time. So if you were to make the investment to overcome any institutional challenges, funding challenges, or whatever obstacles there might be within the organization, and try to work with an AI model to support your early warning work, what would you like them to do? How can they support you today?
I think first of all, the importance would be, because again our needs are quite specific, and I think it's the same with you, and it's that to actually sit down with the developers to also make sure that those specific issues are kind of covered and adapted to the needs that we have. I think, and it's like sometimes I'm not sure if I even know, what they can do, So I think I also need to learn more, and this is also for all of us. I think who work in kind of our, I think Håvard mentioned earlier today about that not all the people who work in our business know how to use these kind of technologies. So I think there's a lot of need for learning there. I think when it comes to, for me, like, one thing is because a lot of when early warning, they are focused on the kind of prediction of future events and the kind of forecasting. I think for me, my first wish is to actually have a way in like some model which could help me to kind of collate all the information, because there's so much information. It's like, for me, it's more, what do I do with the information, and also to make sure that. That I have a way to kind of analyze both our own information, but then mixed with the open source information and other kind of information. And also the other thing I really need is a way of kind of doing the trend analysis, but also, of course, in that way, I think some of the existing models are helpful, but like, how can I adapt that to what we need to look at? Yeah.
Thank you. Now you mentioned explainability here, which I know is a bit of a sensitive topic within a lot of the model development community. And this is for two reasons. First, that there's a difference between correlation and causation that can be quite challenging when a lot of the model developers are working with correlation-based models rather than models where you can actually get causal insights. And if you're working with prevention, of course, you want to know what you can actually do to prevent this from happening in the future. And the second is, or relates to the often perceived trade-off between performance and explainability. Often in the model development community, we talk about this trade-off. Perhaps Geraldine, would you like to take a stab at this and explain what this trade-off actually entails and what, in your experience, at least for UNHCR, is the most important factor here between performance and explainability?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the question. I mean, in our experience, what very, very often happens is that we have basically what was mentioned before, black box algorithms. So you put a lot of data into the algorithm, it does its thing, and it spits out the number, but you have very, very little insight of how it actually achieves this number. So if you would have a tree-based algorithm of some sort, you have a certain insight in what kind of decisions the tree has made and what variables actually are impacting it. But I mean, in terms of, let's say, the classic linear regression where you would have, you know, your beautiful parameters, you could see exactly which ones is impacting in which direction and in what magnitude. You don't have that clarity in these machine learning models. On the other hand, the machine learning models, they do not assume any, they don't assume any relationship between the variables ex ante, which makes them very, very flexible. So in the end, if you have a very complex setup, like for example, displacement due to conflict or whatever, which usually where you have relationships between the variables that are very nonlinear, they might be concave, they might be any direction, whatever, they might interact or whatever, usually the machine learning algorithms do much better than normal standard statistical parametric models. But then you have the issue with transparency. So if people come to you and say, yeah, that's all very nice and interesting, looks super cool, thank you for all of this. But I really would like to understand what, I don't know, a particular elite-driven conflict has in this setup. You won't be able to answer this question because you have your black box and the black box spit out that number and that's it. So I think that's a huge issue. And also you mentioned causality and correlation. I mean, obviously, because we work with real-world data, in most setups, we won't be able to establish any causal relationship between anything. I mean, there are models who can do that, but I mean, usually you don't apply them in the humanitarian setup. So if people come and ask us, does famine actually impact displacement? We cannot say for sure. I mean, it would be kind of, it wouldn't be a very honest approach if we told them yes, even if we said the model, we have like a feature list and we can see from the feature importance that the famine variable scores really, really high, it still does not include any causal relationship between the two. So I think this is a little bit of a culture clash to me, where you have on the one side the stats people and on the other side the people who come from a more political side, and they need to learn to talk to each other. And I think, I'm from the stats side, I think we need to learn the other language as much as they need to learn a little bit ours. I think this is a two-way street in my view.
Absolutely. And this also brings us back to some of the things that were raised earlier today about bringing together a diverse group of stakeholders early on in the model development process so that we can actually align our expectations and our requests on models so that they can be developed to actually serve the purpose that we hope that they do. Would anyone else like to take a stab at this question before I move on?
Can I take a quick, just maybe 2 points. The first is that I think on the policymaking side, we face kind of two competing pressures. Like one is to have accurate models because we want to know what's happening and with whatever degree of certainty we can. And we also want to be using AI because it's here as Branka's keynote kind of laid out, and it's a critical tool, and we have to be getting smart on it and using it where we can, where it's applicable. But the competing side is that explainability side, and it's not just which of these covariates explains the effect to the greatest degree. But I think from the policymaking side, it's also like so if I have varieties of democracy, some indicator from VDEM in my model, okay, what does that tell me about like the policy prescription? Like that is, that is a trade-off, but you can also take that explainability aside and say, okay, well, okay, a country's level of democracy, that affects their propensity to do what? But okay, so what's the natural policymaker outcome from that? And I think that's the way I like to think about this kind of whole issue set is one with a large degree of humility in the sense of, you know, working with our colleagues out in the field at many posts around the world and taking into account their qualitative information and other sources of information, but also saying like any solution, this is my view, but like any solution that we reach or we present to you in a dashboard or whatever form has to be, the term I like to use is a point of departure. So this tells you some sort of direction. This is what we've got from this set of data. This is the best, or pretty close to the best that we can understand. How does that augment, or how does that interact with your view on the ground or with that policymaking lens?
No, I have so many follow-up questions, but we're also running out of time, and we have to also move over to the external factors. Because even if we have this perfect model that fulfills all of your requests with this little magic wand, there's still so many other obstacles that we need to overcome in order to actually see them used for early action. And political sensitivities are one of those. Would you like to elaborate a little bit more on that?
Yeah, maybe a little bit. I mean, one thing I didn't mention before, which also I think I should have mentioned, which is that we have a number of field operations, and that's where we get most of our information from. And but the challenge we face is that we have also, each of them have different mandates, so not all of them have an early warning mandate. We have some that have a very clear early warning mandate, and then we have others that are project coordination offices who are actually explicitly not dealing with political reporting. So that creates a bit of an issue in terms of how we then communicate, with when it comes to early warning issues and what we can do. We see a lot of fears, maybe also from government, because we are working with our own participating states, so we are not looking at somewhere outside of it. So we have to, like all our missions and field presences have to be, they're approved by the host country, and a lot of them have a hesitancy in kind of wanting us to then look at them from an early warning side. So this is a big issue that we face. I think the other thing, as I already mentioned, is to use these tools. I think they will always ask, back to your last question about sources, where did you get this info from? So this is something we always have to be able to explain. I think, we also, of course, have, as I mentioned already, the political consensus issue. So for us, it's more kind of like providing information for them, and then it's up to the states to make a decision on whether, like we have actually we have a number of tools that states can use in all kind of phases, from early warning to kind of post-conflict. But it requires them to actually agree on using them, and so that's kind of part of the challenge. But I think also the kind of, in terms of the information flow we get, so I think a lot of our information is, as you mentioned before, is qualitative, is spread all over. We have different ways in which it is communicated. So also even having some models that will be able to capture that kind of a bit of a, I would not call it chaotic, but to call it like this kind of diversity of information that we get. And then I think the other thing is, like, in terms of, for us, it's also what do we do with it. And we have to, when you talk about the early action especially, you had a question, I think, also on this about how, the first on how this kind of, how do you move from early warning to early action when it comes to the models. But for me, the first question is like, it's not, I would not even have thought about that as my challenge. My challenge is more political, resource-based, and also the kind of the need for, having better technological solutions to do the work. But I think for us, the biggest challenge when it comes to the moving from early warning to early action is political, really. It's really to do with them, agreeing on the action. So for us, like when we talk about early warning, it's more kind of providing that kind of alert to the states, and then it's up to them to act. And at the moment, with this political situation we have now, with the participating states we have, some big countries, it's almost impossible to agree. Like we haven't had agreement on our budget since 2021, you know. So that's kind of where we are, and it also makes it challenging to deal with the early warning side.
Yeah, of course. Have any of you experienced any similar challenges? And if so, do you by chance have any magical solution or any recommendations on how we might move forward to try and overcome these in the future? Very simple question.
Well, I would say when you say politics and, you know, the humans are always in the loop, and how do you keep them in the loop, and how do you, everything from, I'm now a graying GIS guy from a town called Redlands, California, so using a lot of, again, commercial tools, open source tools, and, you know, again, I was doing a lot of the mapping at WHO during the Ebola response. And it was also great to see partners come in and kind of now that GeoAI is being done by Esri and other partners, but we need people to come up and step up. But I think in terms of getting that transparency, I'm so excited about, again, the HDX folks in UNOCHA. Imagine having an entire menu. I always use the restaurant analogy. I'm still envious of the previous analogy about what would you like in your car. Thank you, Dr. Simon. Always inspiring. But this idea that, you know, really knowing what's going in the soup, the ingredients, what are the recipes? You know, the famous secret ingredient. I have to, as an American, make the Coca-Cola analogy. What's really in Coke? Maybe you don't want to know. But it's the analogy of what's in there. Imagine opening up all those algorithms. So thank you to all the team at HDX, you know, Dr. Javier Turan and Leonardo Milano there in Geneva. And again, built on open source platform CCAN. We used it at the state of California, which was Drupal, and DCAN, not to be technical. We had data for 40 million Californians, and when I was doing the open data lead there. So how do we get, again, empower the people with data? So I think that's one part of it. And so that's what I think is exciting. And also, I have a good friend, she was at WHO, Dr. Giovanna, and now she's an expert in algorithmic audits. We know, and we at DEEP and with our JAWS work and other partners, you know, with Data Friendly Space, getting those audits and really saying what is under the hood. And then the last piece, and our good friend Heather Leeson at the IFRC, data literacy, the data playbook. It needs to be, you know, now that we want to get our kids jockeying with not only understanding what fake news is, but understanding data literacy. We want everyone to have a data component. So I think that's what's so exciting about this panel, and really learning from all of you. And thank you to those in the audience. This is a great collaborative event.
Does anyone else want to jump in on this? All right. Then before we open up to questions from the audience, you will get a chance to ask your questions. I just want to give all of you one last chance to offer any final advice, recommendations, or even requests to governments or organizations that are seeking to integrate AI into early warning for early action in the near future. Who wants to go first?
We're not good at giving advice, obviously.
All right. In that case, I think we can open. Very positive ending note there, isn't it? Let's open up for some questions from the audience. We have about 10 minutes left. I see a question over here. Do we have a mic? Thank you.
Yes, hello. My name is Håkon Jæle. I'm a senior researcher here at PRIO. I guess I have a general question for the panel. So you talk about understanding the models, etc. But let's say that you have a model that gives you a very accurate forecast. It tells you what we're going to happen. Maybe even it's able to implement policy, like this is going to happen if you do this policy. Do you really care how it works? Like if it's accurate?
I don't, but my colleagues do.
I mean, it's also knowing how do I know that yours is accurate, you know. I mean, I think that when it comes down to at our end, I think it's, there is a lot of still lack of really understanding of how the tools work. And I think that's part of the challenge that we face. I think there's a lot of interest in moving into using, you know, these tools. But I think that there is also a lot of learning to be done, both on kind of how to use them, but also on kind of understanding the implications, especially for a political or security organization, because, you know, it's not just us. We have to deal with the bigger states, and they, as you said, maybe they need to they will come and ask us, how did you get this information, you know? So, yeah, that would be from our side.
Yeah, I'd answer in a similar vein, because ultimately the people who will make those decisions or be accountable for those decisions, they need to know, because they're making decisions on behalf of hundreds of millions of people in our case, and you know they have a responsibility to those folks to have confidence and to have at least some, they don't need to like go in and read every line of code, but they need to have some level of understanding before they make a decision that affects, in the US's case, a lot of folks. Yeah.
We have a question over here as well.
Thank you. I'm Christian Ruge from Noref, and thank you for the panelists. I have a question about transparency and openness and vulnerability. Because in pre-conflict and conflict areas, information is a strategic resource. And one group's disaster is another group's sort of strategy. And how, when you're working on this thing, how do you ensure that the open data that you provide in various shapes and forms, maps or dashboards, whatever, do not create harm for the vulnerable groups and do not sort of create additional information for those actors who actually have a strategy of either displacement or conflict on this? And I'd like to hear your views on how you reflect on this.
Thank you for that question. Again, it's that teeter-totter, somewhere, open data and innovation and AI and all of these things can be somewhere between Athens and Sparta. And really, as I said, it's always a teeter-totter of, again, that always is the holy grail. When I was doing, again, open data and more public safety in California, we had to get the right data to the right people to protect 40 million Californians, but also that, in this case, if it was pipeline data, other things, which is critical infrastructure, that can be a targeting app, of course. So I actually think one thing we're so excited at Deep, because Deep, again, and it starts tomorrow, type in thedeep.io. We'd like you to all start using it. We want to build the capacity because it's amazing, because it's in the cloud, encrypted end to end. If you want an open project, if I want to put everyone in there, great. If I also want to have an invisible project, that again, I was thinking of some dear colleagues that were working in South Sudan. We had a meeting this summer. The stories, these are they're not open data. This is actually protection cluster chronicling horrific human rights violations, and the ability to make sure that it's secure, and working with UNHCR and key partners to make sure that we can make those decisions and have those time slices. And then to the other side, things like the Turkey response, we worked on that. These are very long responses. If LA has the same earthquake, you're going to spend a decade recovering. What did you know when? And what kind of data did you pilot before? So I do think it's always a teeter-totter of, again, you do want to open the data, but again, it starts with that thou shalt do no harm. So that's our humanitarian mantra. But that's just from our perspective as the Deep and with our governance, because governance is key.
Can maybe quickly, but this is an excellent point, and this is why we, for example, don't publish this data for now, because the fear is actually that if we predict a massive displacement coming from one country, neighboring countries could, in the worst case, close their borders. They could install measures that prevent people from seeking asylum in their countries, and so on and so forth. So in this case, we would clearly do harm, which is against our directive. But yeah, I agree. It is a back and forth, and it's increasingly becoming a headache as more actors churn out like similar models and make them public. UNHCR is so far standing back and watching, but yeah, I can say that internally this is discussed quite intensely at the moment. Yeah.
A question over here as well.
Thanks. I'm learning a lot, so thank you so much. This is a bit of a provocation because you're all so much in agreement. So I like to spice things up. But listening to you, and I think this has been touched upon, but I was curious to hear from, is it really understanding that the users and your stakeholders and your organizations need to understand the models, or is it more like they need to be familiar with the models? And you mentioned regression coefficients, and then I started thinking, how many people do all these people know what a regression coefficient is? If you ask them to explain what it is, and do they know what are the caveats that come from a regression coefficient? Or is it just that they're familiar with it and then they accept it? Because I think these have very different implications. So do you think it's more understanding or familiarity? And depending on your answer, what do you think we can do to push in one direction or the other? Thank you.
Who wants to go?
Yeah, I can touch on that. No, Paula, that's a really good question. I would say familiarity. I don't need people to have a master's in data science to use our products, and nor should they. And that's not a good use of anyone's time, right? But I think that familiarity can be built in a number of ways. I was talking with Katjona at ACLID about trainings for how to use their data, the caveats, their methodology, and I think that doesn't mean that then all these people who we train need to be methodologists, but they need to be familiar with it, because it goes back to the accountability piece in my previous answer, because ultimately they will be accountable for the policy decisions that result from it. So they want to have at least a good understanding of what the caveats are and what's needed. In terms of increasing that familiarity, it's trainings with external partners. We do this a lot through Craft, and it's also the department and U.S. government more broadly have been making big strides in terms of training folks in basically like data science or data use. We've are now hiring bureau chief data officers for every bureau in the department. This is a congressional directive that came out, and so that's about building a broader kind of data culture, which I think is critical. And then the last thing, which touches on a previous question too, is that I think doing things like I'm doing now and having dialogues between the policymakers and the people who make the data and know and have such deep subject matter expertise is critical. For the first time, although we weren't able to fully participate in the process, but we had someone take part in the views forecasting competition last year. And that's building these dialogues, including through this one at PRIO, is a direction that I hope we continue to move in. And whether that's emailing me, calling me up, and saying, "Hey, can we get on a create a whiteboard and figure out what our product would look like that would be helpful to you?" We don't bite, but this dialogue between policymakers and people who do this deep data science is a step in the right direction.
I actually think that's a perfect conclusion to the event right now, and we are right on time. So I want to take this opportunity to thank everyone who joined us here, both in person and over the live stream, and thank you so much to all of you for joining us here today. And please stick around for the next panel that will delve even deeper into some of the topics that we discussed now on trust and transparency in AI. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, welcome everyone to the final panel of the day called The Trust and Transparency in AI, Aligning with Stakeholder Needs. My name is Håkon Gjerløv. I'm a senior researcher here at PRIO, and I was invited to moderate this panel, which went with the working title Nerd Panel. Because we have now brought all the technicians up on stage to talk about their views on transparency in AI and the use of AI. And I assume most of them generally like to talk about it as machine learning and not AI, but that's a conflict we will not bring to the table today. So with us we have Ylva Grønningsæter, who is a Security Engineering Research Associate at Center for Artificial Intelligence Research at the University of Agder. We have Katayun Kishi, Head of Data Science at ACLED. We have Alexander Malaga, data scientist at Econ AI and Conflict Forecast, the Conflict Forecast project at Econ AI. Yeah. And we have Ashley Landau, research associate at the Early Warning Project for the Simon Schott Center for the Prevention of Genocide of the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. And finally, we have PRIO's own Simon van der Maze, senior researcher at PRIO. Okay, perfect. That's the panel. All of these people, they work on various models. They are technicians. They care about weights and programming and all of the technical aspects. But in the light of trying to be transparent and have transparency, I've challenged them to just prepare like a 3-minute talk through of their model, of what they're working on. So we're going to start with an opening round for that, where each of them will present at least one of the things they are working on and what that model can currently deliver. That sounds pretty much from what I've challenged you to do. Perfect. We'll start with Simon, and I think we have even some images for the television. If that can be started with Vera, she will help me do that.
But I can also start talking while images are being seen. There. This is a picture. I will get into what is a picture of in a second. But views produce forecast of expected conflict fatalities. And we produce forecast 36 months out into the future. We have 2 levels of analysis. One is country level forecast, and the other one is this PRIO grid cell level, which is what I will focus on because that is, I think, one of our most kind of interesting endeavors. And a PRIO grid cell is a grid cell that is approximately 55 by 55 kilometers, at least around the equator. So imagine a map of slightly large pixel covering the world. We have data about what is going on in these pixels in terms of violence. We get data regarding violence and protests from the UCDP and from ACLED. We have a lot of other data, data on population, data on different socioeconomical issues, data on migration and climate. Some of that data is of higher quality than other data. It's hard to get good data on these levels. But so we try to use this data to then also predict on the same kind of grid level what is going to happen the next 36 months into the future. And this, we have one pipeline that is running every month right now and producing new predictions, but this is the one that we will be launching pretty soon that is a bit more involved. And this just shows how we like to think about it. We have a lot of different machine learning models, and we do that because they all have strengths and weaknesses. Some of them include different features or different variables that allow us to look a bit of which variables help us make the best predictions. We can get back to that in terms of if that constitutes explainability. But we experiment with our models, and we have this thing called Vuser, which is a big database where we put in a lot of data from different providers, and we try to create models that are very good at extracting predictive signals from this data. And once we like the models, they go into the big pipeline, all the models. And models can either be shadow models, meaning that we don't really use them to produce predictions. We just see how they do and whether or not we like them or not. They can be baseline models, which is models that we try to measure our models again. Because we have multiple fancy metrics that say how well our models is doing, but sometimes it's easier to have a baseline model that might just tell you how well would you have done if you just said the next month will be like this month? You will do pretty good in conflict because country is sticky in time and space. So at least we want our machine learning models to be better than that, to be more useful, to give you more information than you would have. So all the other models that we like and that we think are useful gets into production. And we take the combined prediction of these models and make an ensemble. So that is like a panel of experts. And we ask the experts, what do you think will happen? And then we have a couple of checks seeing, how do we think these predictions look? Do they look, in the realm of possible predictions? Have they changed a lot since last month? Is that due to some error in our data or because something scary is happening in the real world? And then afterwards, it goes out to a prediction store that then feeds our predictions to an API that our users can go and get our predictions from, or use the dashboard on the Views website. But that is basically the View system in a nutshell.
Perfect, thank you. And before we just quickly move on, can I just also then ask you, so what you will show to the stakeholders or the users in this room, that's the prediction of what?
That is imagine the small pixels.
Yeah.
And then in that pixel, for the next 36 months, how many expected fatalities do we think will occur as a result of violent conflict?
Okay.
And that, of course, has a lot of kind of spatial and temporal clustering in the system, and that shows pretty well. One of the nice things about the kind of the PRIO grid level is that the cross-border diffusion that happens in a lot of conflicts becomes very kind of visceral and very clear. So.
Okay, thank you. Ashley?
All right, wonderful. Thank you so much. So as was mentioned, I work in one of the centers in the Holocaust Memorial Museum. This is a part of the museum that tries to help governments and organizations prevent and respond to mass atrocities around the world, contemporary cases of mass atrocities. One of the core flagship programs of the center is our Early Warning Project, which is what you're seeing here on the slide. And the Early Warning Project uses both quantitative and qualitative tools to assess and spotlight the risks of mass atrocities around the world. And one of the sort of core components of the Early Warning Project is our statistical risk assessment. So our risk assessment gives us the quantitative ability to forecast the likelihood of a new onset of intrastate mass killing in over 160 countries. And really, this risk assessment was developed to help policymakers, practitioners, governments really determine where they should be devoting time and attention and additional resources and ultimately preventative action. What you're seeing here on the slide are sort of just two ways, we have other ways, to visualize the results of our latest risk assessment, which is something that we do every year. So you see a heat map, which is quite interactive. You can click in on any of the countries to see their risk scores, to see variables that are important predictors. But you also can see we have a ranking system as well, which is very easy, I would say, for policymakers to use, and risk probabilities as well that go along with those ranking scores. This is all done through a machine learning algorithm that is essentially learning from the past. So in essence, what the model's really asking is it's asking what countries today look most like countries that have experienced a mass killing in the past, and really what did they look like in the year or two before onset. And then just to end, the model, of course, has its limitations like any model. But it is really great for helping you to sort countries in the world into these categories or levels of risk. It's also great at showing you where risk might be increasing over the years, or showing you countries that might be consistently at high risk. And then lastly, of course, also good at highlighting or spotlighting unexpected risks and countries where experts might disagree with maybe what the model is showing. But yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And one more follow-up for you as well. Just quickly, I noticed that you talk explicitly about onset. So ongoing atrocities is kind of thrown out of your model. You care about potential onsets.
Yeah. So definitely we didn't throw it out the model, but that was absolutely one of the core foundational reasons for creating the tool, as you can see in the name, it being the early warning project. We really wanted to focus on situations where there wasn't large-scale violence already taking place, to hopefully give policymakers sort of a window of opportunity to actually implement programs and prevention solutions. But yeah, I think that will probably come up in some of our other questions about one of the struggles of communicating that these rankings and risk scores are about potential new onsets and not the escalation of an ongoing mass killing.
Thank you. Alexandra Malaga?
Yes, hi. So I'm coming from Econ AI. I work at the conflictforecast.org project, where we focus on predicting any violence intensity, but actually our focus is on armed conflict, onset of armed conflict in the next 12 months. And we do it by national level and PRIO grid level. And the key features that we try to exploit is LDI topics from the news sources. Right now we're using 5 news sources, but we are in the process of adding like 17 sources from Australia and Asian countries. And we will have news about that soon in the following months. And we are also implementing a subnational model up to admin 2 level. So, well, Econ AI Conflict Forecast project started with Hannes Müller and Chris Rowe at the Institute for Economic Analysis in Barcelona. But it is expanding because now we are working for Econ AI. Now we also try to predict institutional disruption, coups. We are using also displacement by country and by a dyadic of countries using Google Trend searches. And we are also focusing on treatment effects because causality is important for so many questions. So for example, one project was about getting the impact of peace agreements on any violence, of the onset on any violence, controlling by the risk of the situation before the intervention. Because that's one thing, the intervention treatment effect differs depending on how is the situation in the moment they decide to intervene. And then the following step to that is probably a development that we are trying to start, hopefully it works, that comes from that project initially. It is that eventually, as trust is gained, as our models improve, then policymakers are going to start to make decisions on the forecast that we are making. And this policy will affect the risk and will mitigate the risk. And if we don't consider these policies in our models, then our models are going to start to learn that it overestimated the risk. So it will start to make our models obsolete. So one thing, the first step is to build a policy intervention data set. And it could also help to answer some of the questions about the whys. Because from what I'm getting from the room, from the previous panels, is sometimes the why, the why question, you are giving me a forecast, why is this going on, comes from an idea of I need to intervene. And to intervene, I have several policies, and these policies depend a lot on the why. So the one possible way of our forecast to be more useful on the whys is if we have a policy intervention data set that we can actually say, if you intervene this way, our forecast is like that. If you intervene this other way, our forecast turns like this. And that may be more useful. So we are exploring this dual system algorithm that explains treatment effects on one end and forecast targeting, because as it was mentioned before, this is a policy targeting problem, right? A policy prediction problem. So that will be, I don't know if I covered everything. Oh, maybe.
Thank you.
Yeah. Was it?
I think it was perfect.
Good.
Yeah. And it's great that you got into the policy aspects. That's definitely something we're going to continue talking about.
Good.
Kata Junkeshi?
Yeah. Great.
Well, I have something new and different, a conflict forecasting model. So this is the ACLA conflict alert system. So we look up to 6 months into the future, and we create monthly forecasts of organized armed conflict around the world. So that's things like battles, explosions, remote violence, violence that targets civilians, cases like that. We cover every country in the world in which there are enough events to cover. And we go down to the admin 1 level, the subnational sort of province level in each of those countries. What you see on the screen here is sort of our general dashboard that also links up to an API of a data stream, basically, if you'd like the information that way. We do try to make an effort at explaining the why behind the forecast that we're making. So the chart on the right-hand side sort of gives you a step-by-step of how we arrived from a baseline estimate in which we're not factoring in any other predictors in the model, purely looking at the history of the admin, and then sort of how each of the various predictors that we included in the model contributed to the end outcome that we ended up displaying. And then we also sort of make an attempt at transparency by having a whole separate sort of tab on accuracy as well. So we present each month what we predicted would happen the prior month, what ended up actually happening, what the differential was in the terms of the number of events that we were off by, and also how much that as a percentage of the overall activity in the country that constitutes. In terms of the accuracy of the model, it's really hard to say at a global level because some countries perform much better than others. As you can imagine, overall, we're typically within 5% of events. In some cases, we are predicting the exact number of events that will occur the next month. In some cases, we're wildly off. I mean, it really depends on the type of conflict, the history of the conflict, and so on. Just really quickly, a few of the improvements that we're looking to make in the coming next few months. One is to make this accuracy element of it much more front and center. So really provide the user with, this is what the forecast is for Mexico, and Mexico is a really good candidate for conflict forecasting because we typically see only an error rate of, plus or minus 5 events in a month. And we think this is a tool that would be really useful for looking at conflict in Mexico. And so it gives people a quick sense without needing to necessarily go and look all that information up themselves. And we're also looking at ways to integrate a bit more of a qualitative element. So at ACLID, we have a lot of experts and researchers that work for us that we have been asking over the months to create their own forecasts. So what do they think is going to happen? And we've been testing that against what the model says. And really interestingly, in a lot of cases where the model predicted incorrectly, our researchers are actually predicting correctly what will happen. So we're looking at ways to, whether or not we can statistically integrate this into the model is really tricky, but we can at least try presenting this as sort of in tandem. So this is what the sort of human researcher experts are saying, and this is what our model is saying. This is the trajectory that both of those are taking, and here's maybe a brief explanation of why we're landing there. And all of this work is sort of feeding into a larger project that we have that looks at conflict signatures. So can we look at conflicts really specifically, the actors involved, the geographic spread of them, how they're sort of evolving over time, and determine based off of that unique signature of that conflict, how it might evolve later on in time. So thanks so much.
Thank you. Can I also just ask one follow-up question here on the accurate? You talked about within 5% of events. Does that include all of the zero events? I assume that there's a lot of zero events.
Yeah, we typically even would leave out the zero events from the dashboard here just because it doesn't really add a lot of information. So among the cases where something happened, we're within 5% globally, but much more accurate in some cases and less accurate in other cases.
Okay, thank you. Okay, final. Ylva Grønningsæter.
Yes, so I'm working on something that is very different than all the other ones here. The formatting came a little bit different, but yeah.
That's my fault.
No worries. So I'm from the Center for Artificial Intelligence Research, and what you guys probably think about when I say artificial intelligence and machine learning, you think about the neural networks. So what we are building or working on is something called the Settler machine. So this is a new type of machine learning algorithm that came out in 2018 and was invented by my professor, Ole Kristoffer Galmo. And then you might ask, okay, why the Settler machine? Why do we need this when we have neural networks that achieve good accuracy and performs really well? You have heard earlier today that people describe them as black boxes. This is true. There have lately been models that have or neural network models that have billions of parameters, probably up in the trillions now. And so they are very computationally expensive, and you can imagine that they're very not explainable, like billions of parameters. They're very big models. And so that's why we want to explain this path further on. And just to make it really clear is that there was numbers from a 2020 paper that came out in 2020 that compared a transformer model and looked at the carbon footprint of training that model. And it compared it with the lifetime emission of 5 or 6 cars. So it's very not environmentally friendly if you think about it. And that was only 213 million parameters. Now there's like billions of parameters. So we have to look at or explore options on how we can go further, explore other paths. And you know that the neural networks, they're inspired by the human brain. And the settling machine differs in that way that it's inspired by the digital computers with its bits and logical operators. So that also makes it more hardware friendly and also more environment or energy efficient. And if I want to quickly explain what the settling machine is, it's basically a combination of thousands of settling automatas, and you combine that with propositional logic. And propositional logic for us humans are very understandable. So if I were to train a model, for instance, to recognize the class dog, a rule that it would learn from that from training on data on dogs would, for instance, be very abstract, by the way. So if 4 legs and 2 ears and tail, then dog. So it's very explainable to us to understand. And so, yeah, it's transparent, and that's why we want to explore this path. And it has done really well on black and white images. And that's why the next natural step now is to explore color images, where I come in. That's what I've been working on. And so that's what you see in architecture there is what we used now for our latest research. And that is basically a little bit interesting to what you talked about by combining a lot of different models. That's what we did. We combined a multiple range of settling machines that are trained on different views of an image. So, for instance, you get an expert on, for instance, edges in an image. Then you get another expert that is trying to look at the color texture, for instance. And together they make more accurate predictions by having a majority vote. And so what you can see on the left is the CIFAR 10 dataset, and that's most often that's used for benchmarking machine learning models on color images. So we're at the early stages, but it's looking so far really good. And yeah, so what I want you to guys get out of this is that it's more environmentally friendly and it's more explainable, and it's ongoing research. So yeah.
Thank you. Now we're really diving into the nerdy side.
Yeah,
of
I'm
things.
sorry, I tried to.
That's perfect. Propositional logics, totally understandable to humans. No, that's excellent. So, and you use this to classify images.
Yes.
That's the baseline what you're doing. You're using it for, right?
Yeah, but you can use it for much more like natural language processing, regression, and yeah, and also they're investigating causality, so causal models.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
We're going to continue a lot of the conversations that we had in the previous panel from the viewpoints from a lot of these more technical people. But things could get really nerdy if we allow them to just stay by themselves. That's why we really want to open the floor quite early. I'm going to challenge them with one question, but then we really want to open the floor in order to engage the conversation between the more technical people and users and stakeholders. Okay, but the first thing I really want to challenge the panel on is, you now present your model, but what do you find to be like the most difficult thing to explain to someone not in this game? To funders or to policymakers?
I can start. It's a super simple thing that has been kind of raised already. So obviously there is a lot of people working as practitioners that have the same background as us, that are maybe social scientists that came in and started doing data scientists, and maybe they have a data scientist background, and it's very easy to communicate with these practitioners. But when you have stakeholders that are not used to working with these models, then, for instance, when we try to present them in constituents models, or we try to show them different features, what is most important, then as Geraldine also said, then they're like, oh, so this variable is most important for maybe genocide. And you go like, no. That was not what I said. I said this variable has contributed with the most signal to create the predictions that I have. I have no idea, of the causal path. That's, that's a whole other kind of thing to put on top of it. And it's a really simple thing. And understanding where we get the predicted signal from is super important when we are making our model, right? We are all interested in where our signal come from. But a lot of the time, our policymakers are not that interested in where the predictive signal come from because they are asking the why. And those two things get conflated, I think, often, which is a bit frustrating.
I can jump in. I think one of the most difficult questions I get asked is not even so much about, really rarely anyone asks, how is the model constructed? Like, what is the algorithm you're using? Even the questions about explainability, I don't get as often as general questions about accuracy, which I think can be addressed with the various ways that we all show accuracy. But more so, like, how does this model fit into my decision-making workflow? How can I actually go into work and use this? And that's really difficult for us because none of us work in those places. And so we're just at best guessing what their workflow is and how this might be used in it. So I don't know if the answer is having perhaps just much more targeted conversations with these end users, of maybe even first having a conversation about, okay, you tell me what your workflow is, and then I can prescribe to you how this might fit into that process. It obviously is very time consuming for both us and for the user, but maybe that's the answer to getting further ahead. But I do think, going back to what Håvard was saying this morning in the first panel, we're building all these tools. They exist, they're out there, and no one's using them, but that's for a reason, right? Like, we obviously haven't broken through yet to what is it exactly that people can integrate really at low cost resources to themselves.
Well, so coming from that end, I would say is more than this causality correlation is what these tools are good for. And we have several tools to address different problems. So if you want me to address a question about forecast, then I can use the model that I am using. Because I am using as much data as I can that can be useful to signal what event I want to flag. So a bit, I think there was this example when I was at university. It was, well, I can watch umbrellas in the street and predict rain. If people are carrying umbrellas, I can predict rain. But it's not that the rain is happening because of the umbrellas. So when I am in the forecast task, I am mostly thinking on adding as many data that has probably no relation with causality. But that's the tool to do forecast. And there is another tool, a bunch of tools on treatment effect, on causal inference, where you get regression discontinuities, experimental, to kind of manage an experiment in the information that you have, such that you get enough variability to predict a treatment effect. But those are different tools that answer different questions. So if you want this other question, then I can give you this other tool. And that helped a lot while working with some of the stakeholders that we have at Econ AI, because, for example, for some of them, we managed to create models targeted to their own needs, such that they can implement what we are predicting using their own policies. So the models are targeted to their policies. That worked, I believe, pretty well. But then we are worried on the next step, which probably we are not wondering much about, is years are going to pass. These models are going to be used. And these models are going to affect our models because policymakers are acting on our predictions. So we have to start to worry about that, maybe looking forward. So yeah, those will be my two insights on it.
I think just something that you might have picked up from all the comments is when we brief policymakers and we brief these audiences, there's a lot of engagement. I think that is something that maybe those of you who don't do this sort of work might maybe not expect, but there is a lot, which is fantastic. So we do get a lot of questions, where does your data come from? How does your model work? What's driving risk in specific countries? So I think just as a starting point, I think that's a positive in the field, is there is a lot of engagement in people wanting to understand, wanting to be able to tell their bosses, how this model works so that they can potentially use it. But yes, I think a lot of the similar challenges that we all get, so the causality aspect is a big thing. I think policymakers, they naturally don't have the time. They want to know exactly what is driving or causing risk in a specific country. And that's just not what most of our models, maybe Ilva, yours might be excluded, but are designed to do. So we've got to become creative, I think, in the ways in which we present the model and how we can actually pinpoint influential variables, but not variables that one should design their whole, prevention program and policy action based on. But then, of course, I think there are other things like revisions to your model. Anytime you make a revision to your model, you change your algorithm, or you drop a variable, you add a variable, and that causes changes to your results or shifts in a country's ranking. Those are always challenging to explain as well. And then, of course, accuracy metrics, I would not say are the easiest thing to explain to an audience that doesn't have the technical background. But yeah, definitely we have our own unique challenges with our work. Mass killing events are fortunately rare, statistically rare events, but that also means they're very hard to predict, and we have very limited data. So a lot of the challenges come in, having our results are small probabilities, and a policymaker might, not know what to do with a small probability of a very large-scale event that might happen.
So because like a recurring theme is the issue of, so they order something, they see a forecast, but they want to know what to do with the forecast. That seems to be a very recurring topic both here and in the previous panel, right? But the people in the room that are asking for these models, so they want to have their cake and eat it too, right? They want everything in this model. The good thing for you is that they also have the money to pay for it, right? So what do you need them to pay for, right? So what do you need? Like, why can't you make this model now?
They're not paying enough. It is a bit of a funding thing, because that has been pointed out. I think Joel was also, what did you call it, pilotless or something? It is one thing to create a cool early warning system and write a paper and maybe even get it published in a cool journal. But going from that to create an infrastructure where you had all your checks, that's a lot of hours on top of it, like exponentially more hours. And especially if you are funded by UN agencies or different kind of research funds. A lot of these research funds are not catered towards big building of infrastructure. Every time you get a new research grant, it says that we are supposed to produce something new and marvelous, crazy science. And we try to do that. But we also have, an increasingly large code base that need maintenance and update. And nobody finds that super sexy. Nobody is like, here you have 10 million euros to update your code base. People don't want to do that. And that is a bit of a challenge in the long run.
Maybe another...
No, I was just thinking just in general, like I would imagine manpower and also computational resources, like the big team that actually achieve a lot in terms of AI. They have a huge amount of resources, like huge data centers and everything. They have these huge models and also access to a lot of data. And I can't imagine that small research centers have that kind of access to these funds. And in addition, that will limit you a lot in this field.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, so I believe it's also a matter of trust that we have been talking a lot. And I believe it's like with any technology, for example, cars, we were doing this example before. At the beginning, they were mechanic, and then they became automatic. My father knew how to fix his own car it was always bad, but he was doing the stuff. And he knew and he understood. Now I have no idea. I open a car, I have no idea. But it was a matter of generations for us to start to rely on a machine that actually holds my life and that it will work. And I guess it's going to be the same for these AI applications. It's a matter of time, building trust, of flagging with good accuracy or precision or recall or that the measures that we're using when events are happening. And yeah, we just have to improve our models and yes, money, because policy intervention data set, and could you imagine how much that's going to cost? So yeah, money, trust.
I would say that I don't think we need more money necessarily spent on model development. I mean, not no money, but less. I would say spend money on building out other data sets that we can use in our models, because there's a real lack of, when you leave the conflict space, like, not to toot ACLID's horn, but like we are a conflict data set, right? Like a weekly updated global conflict data set. It's so difficult to try to find a data set on all these other kind of metrics that we think matter for conflict that are updated, that are globally available and updated weekly. So, and once you start incorporating data sets, so say I have a model, right? I'm forecasting conflict on a monthly level at the province level geographically. If I start introducing a data set on, I don't know, economics or population or whatever other factors I think matter for conflict, and that data set is at the country level, or it's only updated once a year, it doesn't matter if I include it in the model or not. Nothing will change about the model. It just gets thrown out when I run the algorithm, basically. So we need more diverse sets of data that are spatially disaggregated and temporally disaggregated, so that we can start using them in the models we're building. Otherwise, we're just relying a lot on really just conflict data and really repeating kind of what we are seeing happening in these countries.
Really short, Simon, then we open the floor.
Because I have, so to two of Katarina's points that I really want to touch on, if it's okay. So the first one is that, right? If you look at UCDP and you look at ACLID, we have better worldwide data on where people dying than where people are. I just talked with Geraldine. The population data is way worse. It is crazy to think that we know more about where people die than where they are. That's just wild. So that is a huge thing. I couldn't agree with you more. And then you said earlier, you talked about, making sure we talk with policymakers about what they really, really, really want. And I think that is so keen, because we talked about the bicycle and the dashboard and everything, and Geraldine talked about the OLS model, and the OLS models is a bit the policymakers yearning for the bike, being like, but I could see all the gears, and it was nice, and it was safe. And we tried to tell them, yes, sure, but you didn't know how fast it was going. You're just guessing, right? As Paula says, people are not as good as parameters estimates in those models as they think they are. But it's known. But with the whole car kind of analogy and the dashboard, we are assuming that people wanted a car. They wanted something with a roof on that could drive fast, and we build it, and that's cool. But we are not really, the thing, as you say, the thing that we are building, we are really, really hoping. And I think if we get better at building the exact thing that they want, maybe even the thing that they know they want, but the thing that will be most useful. As Håvard Nygaard was talking about, if it comes in and it is, unreasonably useful in their way of working or allocating resources, then it will be easier also to trust. It's like an airplane. It is unreasonably useful to take an airplane if you want to go from Oslo to New York. Any other mean of transportation is annoying enough that you don't care about how the airplane works. You just take it, and you cross your fingers that it will fly again. So. Yeah, sorry, that was my call.
I like that. Unreasonably useful. That's good.
Thank you. We'll then open the floor. I already have a hand from Samad here.
Thank you so much. I have a lot of things in my head, but I'll just stick to one point. So you guys discussed about different things, and there was a word stakeholders again and again coming in, and you just talked about policymakers. I would like you to unpack what stakeholder is. And I get the impression that these things are being developed without any aim. You guys are developing it, and then the aim comes later on. Like, oh, policymakers want something that we are not able to deliver. What's driving you guys to develop these things? Like, what is the goal? Is it just prediction? And then I am thinking, who is it going to serve better, the policymakers or the corporate world, which is they have a lot of stakes in developing world, and maybe that's what perhaps you guys might be aiming for. I'm just trying to see, because my background is in regulation of emerging technology, so I'm a bit of a Luddite here. The point is, I'm seeing how do you balance these interests when you talk about stakeholders, and especially because you are designers, things are in your hands to a great extent.
Yeah, I would just say, and our organization might be a little easier to explain, but I would say there 100% was an aim in the beginning. The aim was to give policymakers, which in our opinion are governments, are organizations, multilateral organizations. That's usually our primary audience, with secondary audiences being practitioners and scholars, but giving them a resource so that they are actually focusing on countries at the highest risk, so that they can focus on those countries, devote resources to those countries. So very much, I think that was the aim in our project. So I don't think it came after the fact, but definitely, as other panels have mentioned, we see this lack of focusing on prevention and early warning, and even in a lot of models and a lot of multilateral organizations, we're focused on responding to crises and even predicting, escalation in, 6 months or something. But there is not a lot of work that's done far enough that we can actually implement preventative programs that will actually prevent the conflict from starting in the first place. But yeah.
Well, in the case of Econ AI, I believe this project was presented here at PRIO too. It was about, instead of targeting in the next year, it was targeting in the next 3 years or even 5 years, because the interventions were in diplomacy. So, and to which countries take a look a very long time before something happens. And in this case, since it was, the work was with a diplomacy agency, it was also focused on the impacts that they were more interested in. So try to connect the predictions to actual impacts that they were interested in. And then to make a model that at the end answers the question, which places should I prioritize now that we expect that something might happen in the next 3 years, and considering the cost of not intervening. And this is more or less the cost, and they decided which dimensions of cost they were interested. So at the beginning, we show a general framework that can be adjusted to the needs of the institution that is using this, because each institution has their own policies, and for that policies, different targets.
I'll say that at ACLED we have a lot of different stakeholders. So we have anywhere from journalists to small nonprofits like local partners that are focused on a very specific conflict on the ground, to governments, CSO, for example, State Department, the Germans, the Dutch, etc. So it really runs the gamut of users, which also means they have a wide variety of needs and specialities, right? So we don't, I think, presume to build one tool to rule them all. We are very targeted in terms of, I know a journalist doesn't need the whole 9 yards. They need a quick answer to the question of how many people died in Myanmar last month. So we're providing a tool that allows them to really quickly get that answer. Whereas I know that a small NGO that doesn't have their own data team could really be reliant on something like CAST, because they don't have the resources to build out their own forecasting model, and they would rely on something like this. Whereas someone like Gray's team is really advanced. They don't need my models and my data and my tools at all. They can download the data set and integrate it into their existing systems. So I do think it's a good question about, like, you have to be really thoughtful about the different users that are going to be interacting with your product or your data set, and really thinking about what is the conflict lens that I want to present to these people. So what is the view of conflict that I think is most important for them to make sure that they're picking up on, and that's my responsibility as someone that is an expert in the different types of conflicts that we're seeing. Am I presenting it to them in a way that I think is most useful for them, but also is the most accurate way that they can then go on and use that data.
We have a lady in the...
Yes, hello. Thanks very much. Very interesting, and to see also these different models. I just had a question back to the sources again, and I'm not going to ask you just like generally about sources, but I was wondering, for those of us who deal with kind of conflict prevention and these issues, we are quite acutely aware that most of the, conflict is not a neutral thing, and you have different narratives, and I think also we see also in the social media and the media now very much this kind of battles of narratives, and which also... I just wonder in terms of like, how does this impact, or do you incorporate these kind of concerns when you also kind of host your data and harvest your data? And, does this impact, because I mean, of course you use more kind of statistical data, but it's still, I'm just wondering whether those kind of concerns also play in a role when you create the models.
Which concerns, sorry?
About the kind of non-neutrality of conflict. And I'm just wondering, I mean, I don't know, at least we experience that on the ground, that when we talk to different actors and things, that the information you get is also, there are different narratives, there are different, what do they actually provide you, where do you get, so for us actually, where you get the information is important. And I just wonder, and I'm not talking so much about the coding, but more about the kind of, the background information that you feed into the systems.
I can speak to this in terms of the sourcing. So the CAST model relies really heavily on ACLED data, as you'd expect. So the sourcing that we use to even create that data itself about what's happening in all these countries around the world. So it comes largely from secondary sources. So we're looking at a wide variety, though. So anything from news at the international level all the way down to the local level. We're listening to radio. We're looking at, in some cases, our researchers are going and like physically picking up a newspaper in their local areas to read it. We have local partnerships on the ground with organizations that are themselves going out and witnessing these events and recording them and then passing them along to us. And then in some rare cases, we also use social media, but that's sort of for vetted accounts and so on. So what all that means is we have a dedicated source list that's unique to every country of only sources that we trust, so that we can triangulate all of the events that we're seeing. So if we see something happen here, it's likely that some of the other sources in our list are also mentioning it. We present like fatality information, for example, really conservatively. So if we see it in multiple places, we typically try to report on the most conservative. We also go back and update the event information itself if more information comes out about it. And really importantly, we do all of this in as many local languages as we can. So we cover, it's about 3,000 sources in total across 100 or more different languages. So we don't rely only on English language, because like one of the best examples of this is if you look at conflict events in Yemen, if you were to only use English language sources, it looks like conflict dips in December in Yemen. And it's like, when do you think all the journalists are going home for Christmas? So if you look at Arabic language sources, you see that in fact, it stays pretty constant in terms of the amount of conflict that you see. So it's really important to us to have that mix of sourcing, as rely on local sources as much as we possibly can, and also in non-English languages as much as we can. And that all then, we feel confident in that base that then feeds into these machine learning models that we built.
Can I add to that? So Views doesn't collect any of our own data, but we partner up with ACLED. We get your data, we get the text predictions from Barcelona, we get data from the UCDP on conflict fatalities, and we get data from VDEM and a lot of other sources. But we vet these sources really, really well. We look into it, and they have all been verified scientifically multiple times by top tier journals. And as you could just hear at Katayun, a lot of work is put into these things. A lot of work, again, this data we have on conflict is vastly better than any data we have on populations. And still people tend to trust population data. So at some point I'm like, what can we even do? Because we are using the most scientifically, rigorously collected and methodologically prudent data. And still people are like, but are you sure? And we're like, it's the best data that we can possibly get. And I did. You know more about this than me, Ylva, but we did have a talk about, because you have your background a bit more in cybersecurity. Like, is it because we need certificates instead of saying this data set have been cited in a top journal? Do we need a small gold star saying this data set Kraft has said that this data set is cool? And then people will be like, cool. I don't know if that's the solution, but it feels at one point it's like we can't keep validating the data set. Like, you're doing a lot of work making sure it's okay. So I don't know. Yeah. No. Yeah.
Well, on our end, it's not that we collect on-the-ground data. We focus on newspapers, and we are increasing the quantity of newspapers and also the languages, and little by little increasing the source material. But what we were concerned were about publishing the data that we produce. And actually, this conversation has also been in the first panel and the second, because once you publish your information, you can get because these are like prophecies, so you can get self-fulfilling prophecies and self-defeating prophecies. And depending, because most of the outcomes that we predict are bad, you don't want self-fulfilling prophecies. So maybe on that end, you don't publish, or you make sure that this data set only gets to the actor that can make an action about it. But then if it's also self-defeating, if it's for the wrong reasons, like displacement, you don't want to publish your data set, as you were mentioning before, Geraldine. And in conflict forecast, we publish the data mostly on national level, and we believe that this is more self-defeating forecast for the good reasons, because people are going to do something to avoid the conflict to happen. That's why we also partner a lot with institutions that can make interventions to prevent conflict.
We need to move on. We have a question also from the lady on the corner here.
Hello, my name is Erica. Thank you for this very interesting conference. I'm not a researcher, I'm not a data scientist, I'm a legal advisor, and I'm trying to wrap my head around what's problematic with AI. And listening to you now, and also about the session earlier about funding, I just wanted to ask if you have experienced that funding depends on the variables in the models. And like, if a funding government is involved directly or indirectly in a conflict, is it likely that they will reject a project if it says something about this conflict? And also, if this happened, would this be a sort of bias? And how to secure trust and transparency in a scenario where questions of interference may be raised? And finally, if these models are or will be decisive or for decision makers, how do you consider your role in a democratic society? Thank you.
Just small questions.
Yeah, you got 5 minutes.
Can I do a plug for Craft? Yeah. So, I mean, I think Craft actually is a great example of getting around this problem, because it's not one country giving you money for one very specific project. It's a pool of money from different governments that have all said, this is a generally important concept to us that we want to fund. And then you are applying maybe with a specific project. In the case of ACLED, for example, it helps fund just our existence, like the ongoing kind of work that we do. But in some cases, it might be tied to a smaller or much more specific project. But it means that you're not beholden to, one very specific donor that has an agenda. Because I do think, yeah, you're right, that can very quickly lead, unless you have a lot of guardrails in place up front, that could lead to either them directly impacting the results, or even if they don't, it at the very least causes people to look at your results, critically. So I think it's a great funding instrument.
But you skipped do the funders ever ask you to build a certain, do they give you
I've never
freedom to build
that.
whatever you want?
Yeah, I've never had a funder directly ask us to do anything, put our hand on the scale at all, no.
We had. Can I talk about the FAO project? Is that
is a recorded event.
So I'll just keep it very, very
everyone.
vague. I'll just keep it very, very vague. We had a discussion with some people that wanted to make
Someone who is not the FAO.
yeah, someone who is not the FAO. But it was just a pilot looking into how our forecast could help in different scenarios. And they were a bit unkeen on the fact that we used conflict history to forecast future conflict. And we were like, but that is by far the best predictor. And they were like, yeah, but we don't really like it. And we were like, this is. But after a lot of conversation back and forth, kind of aligning, what does it even mean to forecast? How does this forecasting? Then, it got sorted out. But we were asked to start with could you not do that? And we said politely no. So. But I do know that way back, the Political Instability Task Force, they were asked to not have the US in their data set. And they actually didn't disclose that in any of their academic articles. It was, I think, Gary King that made a report of the article that was like, maybe dudes say that you don't have the US in your data set because that's a bit shifty. But they were funded by the CIA, so there you go.
Since we try to make sure that our methodologies for most of the projects that we build are published, and therefore peer reviewed, and therefore the decisions that we make have to be validated by valid reasons. So that's one way of shielding from interferences, because otherwise peer review wouldn't pass it. So that's what we do.
Hi, I mean, fascinating conversation, and just would also like to thank all of you for all the hard work you do, because it's very central to certainly what we do at IEP, but also just the broader community. I guess the question I have, so we've got a lot of great work going on across a lot of great organizations, but we all seemingly have the same frustration that it's not really being used broadly, or at least in the way that we envisioned. We talked about magic wands in the last panel. If you had a magic wand, what do you think would be the one thing that you would change in the conversations that you've had in your experience to try and get these used more with the sort of partner organizations that you've worked with?
Oh, if I had a magic wand. Yeah. Okay. Somewhere in the questions for the day, that was the document that you sent us, was this institutional part of who is the one responsible of doing prevention on conflict. And right now you have several agencies or several institutions. So if I had a magical wand, maybe it will be more global in a sense, or at least, but more, the efforts will be better organized. That way you can have just someone that can ask for several models to tackle the several interests they have for the several policies that they have. I guess that will be the more efficient way. But it's not that I have think a lot about it, because that could also have a lot of cons, which probably people here can think of better than me. But yeah, that will be my magical wand.
Can I have 3 wands?
Yeah.
Then I would like more money for craft. That I agree with Katarjun, that's great work. I would like policymakers and stakeholders to understand that humans are also biased. We had a conversation with Red Cross, and they were like, but have you thought about automated drones? Could be killing civilians? And I was like, yes, but humans are killing civilians also. And lastly, I would like stakeholders to think more about, would they do better than they're doing now if they use the model? So instead of thinking like, absolutely, how good are the models, just think, if you are using that data, would you just do a little bit better, a little bit more efficient? Because I think that would further the discussion and be a bit more fruitful.
I think also building off of Simon's point, I think getting policymakers to understand, it was said in the previous session as well, that it's all of these models, these tools are meant to be a starting point, right, for further analysis and discussion and resources. And so I think policymakers have to understand that they're never going to be the end all be all. They're never going to answer exactly the question that they do. And so following it up with analysis. But all of this, I think, is getting better. I will say that. I think, especially, in the US, we see these models increasingly integrated into government systems, into corporation systems, like Meta is using it now too. And in US government legislation, where they're actually using these tools to identify the countries that they're going to prioritize for prevention or peace building. And I think IEP's Peace Index is, along with ours, mentioned in the Global Fragility Act of 2019 in US government. So I do think it's getting better. Just my positive spin on things. To contrast, Simon.
Well done, you.
Yeah, I think my magic wand would just be getting data. So in my case, ACLED data, and just increasing the awareness of it across these organizations. So I find that most of the time, once we familiarize people with like this data exists and it's out there and this is how we collected it and why you can trust it, the overwhelming response is really positive. And they're like, oh, this would actually be really helpful for what I'm doing. The problem often is that they're just generally unaware that it exists. And so a lot of the times the people that I talk to at an organization that know all about ACLED and use it all the time is the data team, right? Or it's like 5 people that are pretty siloed even within that organization. And they're fighting the good fight to get everyone else to use it. But often, that's really difficult as well. So just getting awareness more, because I think if people knew about it, they actually are quite open to using it. And then we can get them hooked on the more complicated models.
Oh, I will add just one that I forget. So since from policymakers, the why is very important. Then if we want to explore more on the whys, we need a comprehensive, timely updated data set structure on policy interventions. Otherwise, I don't know how.
Yeah, to build up on what everyone else has said, this is most in my case, but the realistic expectations is nice. Not as, but yeah, because to build on that time, because I don't think a lot of people understand how much time it takes to actually build these models, and just testing them, training them, and yeah, so time and realistic expectations, and also a lot of compute would be nice. Access to compute.
Nice concrete.
Lots of compute.
Yeah.
That's a great way to end the nerdy panel.
We've almost on time. That's also the final panel of the day. Thank you very much to the panelists. Thank you very much to the organizers. We'll be back here tomorrow at 9 to talk how to tackle AI misuse. So come back then for exciting news.